In this
How to, I don't know what that is. Okay. Alright. How about this? That should say that. Camera cannot be accessed because it's being used by another application. Events Classic. Is this me? Yes, George. Can you hear me? Something is not going right at all. Um, that's the fertility statue I was talking to you about last night, Nancy. I'm vibing with you, George. Hopefully you can hear me. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, one, two. Lovely blouse. Thank you. It's actually a little sundress. No, I call it the moo moo. Is this an Aquarius rant? Somewhat. I don't know if you can hear me or not because I don't even know what's going on. It's not allowing me to. Well, um, how do I don't know what's going on. It's over on my side. It's saying I'm offline, but it seems as if you ladies and gentlemen can see me. It says offline over here. Let's see. What's going on here? I don't have any thumbnail. Let's see if I do this. What did I just do? Moment. I'm in a moment. Literally in a moment. Any given moment, I'm in a moment. Let's go. Time is 10:30. Put it at 10. I don't know. Maybe they're keeping me from going live. I don't know. I really don't know. Let's see. Some images. Oh no, I did. I see some of the comments that you ladies and gentlemen made, but live in 2 hours. What? Oh, it keeps going back to specific. Okay. Now if I refresh it, what happens now? It's not live. Why? Let's see. Streaming status is good. Up. It's good. Broadcast alert. State. It's live, I think. You think you can hear? Okay, at least you can hear. So it's showing me y'all comments, but I'm not getting to a page that shows me. View watch page. Am I there? Oh, I think I'm here. Maybe. I'm gonna shrink this down. Hopefully the fan is not too loud, because I just went live. As you can see, nothing. I didn't write any tags or anything. I think that, okay, well, I'm gonna just go with it. Welcome to Can Angels Fly, Tarot and More. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to just talk and touch base. First things first, I guess I should let you know what I'm into. Is I bought me this. I don't know, and I'm not advertising for nobody. This is my personal life. And my feet is wore out, so I bought this, and I'm trying it out. It's a foot massager, and right now I got it on 30 minutes. I don't know how many minutes I got left. I'm trying to push the button, come on, thing, and make it go into overdrive. Okay, so I made that go into overdrive. I have taken me some pain pills to relax, basically, I'll say, from the dollar store, and I'm not promoting nothing at all. So I'm just kind of trying to hang loose a little bit. Hopefully y'all can hear me, see me. OMG, I need one. How is it working for you? It's okay. My daughter asked me, how do I rate it? She 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, 0 being worthless, and I range it about a 7. And I think it's growing on me. I'm gonna say the heat. I tried the heat part of it, but I'm gonna say that for the winter months. You say one is in my Amazon cart right now. Okay, that's where I got it. I got on Amazon. I have no idea where the world is going. It all seems so insane to me. So I'm a prepper. I've been prepper for years, even before like the millennium, which is 2000. And so this is a part of my prepping repertoire, I guess is the word. Foot massager. I got the neck massager over there with the little probes that I stick on me, and they vibrate and tense up, and you know, just to keep me calm. I know you look high. I have, and again, I'm not promoting anything, but I have some, you know, something, a little something there, a little something from the dollar store, and a little something from the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? And it matches my dress. I'm coordinating. So I just relax and just try to enjoy myself. And so I want to give you a little warning. In my community, there has been a lot of crazy stuff going on. I always tell y'all, I can't testify to nowhere else in the world except from the reports that I hear. But I can testify to what is occurring in my immediate environment, and you know what I hear about in my city. And it's a lot of, it's like it was this time period when all of this first began, that people were really calm, cool, and still. And then we moved into this place of insanity. But I talked about it, and I already knew about it. I talked about it in the live stream I did called Purple Panic. So I knew about it. In the Purple Panic, I talked about a possible natural catastrophe that could happen as the trigger. I didn't know that it was going to be coronavirus. I always say that. I didn't know it was going to be a pandemic. So the trigger is different than I had imagined. But ooh, this thing kind of feeling good, y'all. I ain't got no man no more to do it, so and it's not, as long as I pay the electric bill, it's on the popping, it's on the popping. Who's popping? So, anywho, for some time, everybody was really monotone. They were cool. But after prolonged quarantine and stuff, people are losing it. And in my media environment, it's been a lot of shooting. And on the program, I'm telling you how crazy everything is. I guess this is an Aquarius rant one too. After a program in my mind based on what I foresee in my work, as well as, you know, just my interaction in my reality, I was like, shoot, I gotta, you know, be ready to duck and roll or drop and roll at any given time. I live in the deep. So people been shooting. You know, I had shootings on my block. You know, I don't know how to say it. I'm gonna say it like this. In my environment, I'm so confused, y'all. In my environment, how can I say, being raised as a product of my environment. I'm a product of my environment. And as a product of my environment, you acquire different levels of discernment. That is to say, you know when to drop and roll, you know when to tuck and roll, you know when to react or respond or do whatever you got to do to get through a circumstance or situation. And so my mind has been processing my reality. And I'm telling you how deep it goes, that the other night I was asleep and gunfire started happening like outside my house somewhere on my block. I think I know who it was. But out of my sleep, y'all, I dropped and rolled. And mind you, my cat again had another litter of cats. And so the cats are now have advanced to the level where they moved from their birthing nest to right beside my bed. So when my feet drop, I know they there. Like the mother cat that taught them I'm the mama of the house, and they're like respect the house lady, and so the cats is right there just on my house shoes like this. So when I wake up, I'm triggered out of my sleep because of this gunfire the other night. I know when I come up out my sleep, I know the babies is there, and plus I had this little table here, so I had to it within seconds navigate this table out of the way, drop and roll out of the bed, roll to the other side of the bed just in case, you know, any you know, flying bullets came through my window to the other side of the bed. At least they had to come through the bed to get me. And I was like, Lord, I was like, that's something else. I'm tripping, y'all, because, you know, again, it's crazy when you know certain things are designed to happen, and for every moment I'm hoping that I'm incorrect, but I've been correct. I've been telling y'all about this page on Facebook. It's called the Detroit Scanners, and so I've been on this, visiting this page on, it's called the Detroit Scanners, and it announces a lot of the happenings in the city of Detroit. And so I done got a little addicted to it, and because it is keeping me up on what's happening throughout the city. And all of these things I already knew. Again, I talked about it in the video I did called Purple Panic. Why am I talking about this right now? Because I'm sitting here, I'm sipping, and I took my little pain medication. I got my foot massager going on, and you see how big the box is. I'll show you again how big the box is. So the foot massager is a nice size. So if I have to drop and roll right now, I have to drop it and rolling from the position of having this small container on my feet, and this table and this cat under my feet. So y'all might end up seeing something. Everything seems pretty cool right now. Oh, who the hell is it? Hold on, y'all. It's gonna be an Aquarius rant, obviously. You got me on. Who the hell is this? Hello? Yes. I'm live. What is it? What's wrong with your phone? Where are you at? Oh, y'all turned up? What? Oh, okay. Where's she on the east side? Uh. Oh. Well, y'all have fun. I'm live. Bye. What? Your phone is effed up. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. She's a suburbanite almost. Ah. Yup. So you must be feeling all right. I said you must be feeling all right. What, y'all having a barbecue or something? Oh wow. You drank something? I said you said you drank something? No. Well, I ain't coming out. Enjoy yourself. Turn up. I'll see you. Bye. Whatever. Anywho, y'all, I'm sorry. We are not even in quarantine. People are real hostile. People hostile as heck. One, two, you well ahead of me. I saw you been made to come in. I'm just multitasking. I can't imagine when we go into quarantine again. Oh my God, winter. But it would be more of a natural state to us once we go into quarantine in the winter because we locked down. And when I say everything is am I live? I don't even know what the hell going on here. I don't think that. Anywho, uh, I'm outdone by what I'm experiencing. In my real time, I have witnessed indirectly cars rolling over. I've never seen so many cars rolling over. I've never heard of so many people being ejected from their cars. Shootings, mass shootings, where they call them quadruple shootings and triple shootings. I mean, like, people that went insane, and I just don't understand, y'all. It's like my mental illness is sparked because I feel like I'm in hell, and I told y'all that before. It almost seems to me, and I'm tripping, I know, but it almost seems to me like people began to understand maybe 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Let me see, what's this? 2020, 35 years ago or so. No, it had to be more than that. I'm gonna say about 50 years ago, people began to understand that we were in hell, and they developed a program to make this more manageable or doable. When I say this, I'm talking about this reality. And so it almost seems like reality was organized in a way that we could create some beauty and some harmony and some peace. But then there's something here, possibly, if this is hell, the devil, the demons, the minions, they say, oh no, you're not going to create this illusion like it's okay here. This is hell. You know, it's like this is hell. And so it was it been an infiltration of drugs, unemployment, the increase in promiscuousness, pornography, you just name it. It's just like this incredible increase that has taken place in the We can say the oh, excuse me, in the y'all, I've been sipping. Yeah, I've been, excuse me, tripping and sipping and tripping. Anyway, it's been a decline, literally, to the moral fabric of our reality. The moral fabric of our reality determines the essence of our reality. If we have a higher moral standing, then our reality resembles a utopia state, and I always talk about that. But if our moral value declines, then our reality is a what they call it, dystopia or a hell-like state. And right now, it's a dystopia state, increasingly. When this whole stuff, all this stuff about the pandemic and the quarantine first started, oh shit, it stopped. It ran for 30 minutes, y'all. Hold on. I gotta push my buttons. This is old people stuff. And it brings me much pleasure. And it brings me much joy. I love it. So, when all of this pandemic and quarantine or was shelter in place stuff began, I didn't hear anything about any crimes or anything like that. Everything was quiet. It was cool. Everybody was just laid back, you know, probably trying to figure out where they at and what they was gonna do. And it seemed like since like all stimulus checks, unemployment, everything came through, excuse me, people have gotten very, very, they didn't fell into their lower nature. They didn't fell into their lower nature. And that's hi Sonya, yes, it's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. You know, would you say New York City crime increased drastically since COVID? Glad I laughed. I know you are. Hey Nancy, I just heard the electricity is going to be turned off here in a couple of what? Because they are working on something. It's been over 103 degrees today. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? See, that's hell. I'm not being funny. When I talk about hell, hell has to do with us humans being in this human physical condition. We're susceptible to hot and cold and wet and dry. If we meet or have to deal with any extremity to any of those things, plus so much more, it becomes torture and torment. Now, when you, like for instance, 103 with no air, no fan, nothing cool, over time, that's hell, you know? And so I'm saying, hopefully you don't experience, it doesn't get to that state, George. You know, I've never been to where you are, but you know, that's torture and torment. And everything that we do in this world is to hold hell at bay. If you pay attention, to hold hell at bay. If you really understand the concept of hell and the different levels of hell or the different pits of hell, everything we do in this world is to hold hell at bay. Example of being extremely hot for an extended amount of time, or being extremely cold until the point you die of being froze to death. You know, holding that at bay, or being too wet or immersed in water for too long, and being able to hold that at bay. Everything we do, from air conditioning to anything, any water pump, any vacuum, anything, blindness, you know, being able to see, like glasses is a way to hold hell at bay. Anything, light, in order to dissipate the darkness, is to hold hell at bay. So everything we do in this world is to try to give us a more copable environment, or to bring us out of here. Anywho, hold on. I can't see when I'm sober. I know I can't see when I'm drinking. Uh, but charge your phone up, George, while you can. And anything else you have to charge up. My thing is there's more money with these government packages. Why are people going crazy? The reason why people going crazy, one, too, is because they're actually able to indulge in their lower nature. All of this money is revealing, or these funds or resources are revealing just how low vibrational people are overall. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you get money, what are you going to do? When all of this first happened and people that I saw how they was spending like their little $1,200 stimulus, they cleaned out like the florist, what do you call it, the florist or the gardening place. People yards was on fleek. Yards cut, plant flowers planted, cascade in beautiful baskets. They were creating heaven here on earth. People were spending their money on getting their car fixed or whatever, getting them something, you know, nice to wear, and their kids something nice to wear. Not only nice clothes, they were buying food, filling their kitchen up. They're buying barbecue pits, fire pits, lawn plate things, so they could sit around and enjoy themselves around their house. I was proud, like, especially in my people and what I was seeing. But then it was these others that were, again, really in a lower nature. They went out and bought guns. Like, it's like, in the past, I feel like a lot of people were saying, like, you know, playing their video games like Grand Theft Auto and the Need for Speed and whatever else they was playing, Mafia, Mobsters, whatever the game was. And it was like, man, if it was me, this is how I would handle a situation. But they never were introduced into a particular lifestyle. What am I saying? I know I'm all over the place. I had a video where I talked about my life and how I was invited into, we can say, like, the underworld. But after visiting the underworld, I declined it. You know, what role could I play? It didn't resonate with me. Well, so I don't think that all people have the opportunity to engage in the underworld. Most of us know about the underworld. Again, video games and different stuff like that introduce us to it. A night out at the, you know, like the strip club introduces us to it. You might be out and about and see, you know, the people that floss, you know, living their best lives. And it's so alluring, the spirits there. And so it's a lot of people that want to live that life. But they life didn't, you know, walk them to that option. So they be like, if I could, this is how I would handle a circumstantial situation. I don't even know if I'm making this make sense. And so when they got this little extra money, they got, like, bought guns. And I ain't gonna go into no other detail, but I know a lot of folks bought guns, and it's very evident in the criminal activities taking place in my area. And so now they get to live that life that they have lusted after or wanted to be a part of. And I don't know how to say it. And anyway, it has led to these increase in crimes. It's been a lot of shootings. Again, triple shootings, quadruple shootings. It's just been, like, insane. People, I talked about about a month or so ago, how I went to the Dollar Tree or Dollar General, whatever, to buy some tissue and batteries or something. And two guys walk in, and I'm looking at them, you know, like, looking at them like, you know, I see you, you know, give them the nod. And they just some little, just some young men, I'm going to say. And so I'm watching them, and one of them was like, they ain't buying nothing, but they walk around. And so one says to the other, he said, I need some more. I need, you know what I, you know, he said, you know what I need, you know what I need. And the guy say, his friend don't say nothing. He said, I need them perks. And I'm like, wow. You came into the little Dollar General store, or Family Dollar, whatever it was. You're not shopping. Maybe you intended to shop, but your mind was on indulgence. He needed the perk, the Percocets or whatever he was talking about. And so my whole point is I done ran into many of these type of people when I'm out and about, out and about in my general life, and that's so concerning to me. In another live stream, I talked about how it almost seems like this whole, I know the whole thing was, but I'm talking about everything from the stimulus to the unemployment was all strategically planned, a part of social engineering. Understanding that people that have dealt with scarcity and deprivation, when they have access to, additional funds, that the first, without training, you dive into your lower nature, your lower nature, whatever your lower nature may be. And so now, right now, what I'm witnessing is that people are in their lower nature shooting. I mean, just people just shooting. I stay off of Main Avenue, and these people are like driving excessive speeds. I'm talking about they got on the main street, maybe here is about 30 miles per hour. They busting 50, 60 and more. They shoot. They doing donuts. They drifting. I mean, it's just been all kinds of stuff. The other day when I told y'all the mother sucker, whoever it was, started motherfucking letting off out here, out my sleep, because I'm programmed. I knew to drop and roll. I rolled, end up moving this table, dropping and rolling over the cats, rolling around to the other edge of my bed so I could be out of direct line of fire. I mean, it's insane. Every day I'm hearing about shootings at Coney Islands, cars rolling over, cars rolling into the wall on the freeway. It almost seems like all of this was planned, and these car dealers sold people faulty cars because it's too many cars rolling over. It's too many cars rolling over. We got more kids killing other kids with gunfire. Why? Because their parents knew to having, artillery, weaponry laying around the house. No locks, no safes, no nothing. I mean, it's just insane. In my local gas station, they went from, anyway, now they got like different style knives or type of knives and hunting knives and cutting knives, and I'm like, but don't nobody seem like they see it. Excuse me, y'all. I'm going somewhere with this, y'all. Let me know if y'all hear me. It's so much. So much. I'm going somewhere with this. Oh Lord, I did something goddamn wrong. What the hell? Let's see what I do. Okay, I don't know where that came from. Anyway, did I say welcome to Can Angels Fly? What's this? Can Angels Fly? Tarot and more. My name is Nancy, and I'm here to offer an Aquarius rant. I also want to talk about the current and upcoming astrological energies. Everything that I've been rambling about is, I guess, a part of my Aquarius rant that I have. But it actually ties into the astrological energies that are currently unfolding and will continue to unfold. I think the last live stream I talked about social engineering, and social engineering being executed. An advanced form of social engineering has been executed. When I was looking at the stars lately, it was saying, pointing out a particular type of social engineering, possibly, or social engineerings that have a particular result, and the result of social engineering is discord. Am I still alive? I ain't freaking out. How do I even tell what is going on here? Hi, Dow. Hey, Jay. Dow J for Josh. Oh, Dow, you know I'm so slow. That is the first time I'm getting it. The Dow J for Josh. Hello, Nancy. Love your live stream. So insightful. Thank you. See, they're driving fast. Now it's been quiet. I'm going to go out here and start cussing. The end game is complete enslavement. The end game is complete enslavement, control, and destruction of mankind. That's the end game, Josh. You're ahead of the game. And it bothers me so that people can't see. Now, I don't want to talk about my own people bad, but even my own kids get on my nerves. Even my own kids get on my nerves. I talk to my children, well, they're not children, they're adults. My young adults about different things, and they want to dismiss me. I always tell you, I've been a person that really has provoked rebellion. I'm an Aquarius, so I thought I was supposed to be the one that's rebellious. I'm not the one that's rebellious. The people rebel against me. But I talk to my kids about different, aspects of life, and my kids reject what I have to say. And all I hear is, I think I'm a know-it-all. And like I try to tell them, I'm not a know-it-all. It's just I've been here a little longer than you have. And I've seen a little bit more than what you've seen. And so I share with my children the things that I have learned over the course of my life. But they don't want to listen to me. That bothers me, to see how peer influence is more powerful than an active parent. And when I say I can't go into detail about their lives, but I'm just letting y'all know that I'm not just being critical of that which is outside of my home. It's everything. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Everything. I mean, I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean by crazy. Every single day since the funds have been released to the general public through stimulus and unemployment, people have bought new cars, motorcycles, scooters, bikes, and every day since, all we hear in the news and different reports, I tell you, I don't really watch the news. I go to this Detroit Scanner page on Facebook, is about people being, thrown from their bikes, ran over, crushed, going over the, I don't know what it is, they can be on the upper street and end up going down over onto the freeway. I mean, this is every single day, all day long. People will not wear safety helmets, because remember, somebody came up with some rules and said, okay, we in hell. In order to make hell heaven, give us a chance, let's put a helmet on. Because the devil got games he want to play. So we're going to make a helmet. People won't wear a helmet. So people being thrown from cars and bikes and being ran over. I mean, all kind of stuff. Again, I've never seen so many cars flip over and end up on a roof as I have during this time period. And I've been in a rollover accident, which I ended up on a roof, but I ain't never in all my life heard of this. But I bring it up because even though this is a common report now, in such a short period of time, it ain't slowed nobody down. Nobody want to go cruising, just chilling. They hot, eager, anxious, and they've been led to their deaths. And so it's been kind of freaking me out just about how many people dying within a moment. In a moment, where are they waking up at? Bam! The other day, let me tell y'all something crazy. I don't know if I shared this with y'all. This was a big story here in Detroit. Me and my daughter ride down the street. This was a day, one of the days I took, not the same day I seen them guys, going down the Dollar General or the Family Dollar, whatever, for some tissue or toothpaste, whatever I'm going down there for, me and my daughter. So we ride down this main avenue, and it's this guy walking in the middle of the street. And he seemed like this fairly small stature guy, but he was walking down the street with like a padded usher outfit on and a sword. Me and my daughter riding, I'm driving, I look, she look, I'm thinking maybe he got an AK dropped to his side. I'm looking like, so immediately, I'm not saying nothing, I'm seeing if his, excuse me y'all, I just gotta talk, because I just want to be me. I'm trying to see if this nigga got an AK walking down the middle of the main avenue. My daughter looking at the same thing. We know it's just a response, an inner city response. Well, we finally see that it's not an AK, you know, but me and my daughter haven't communicated at all. We're just having our own individual experience. Basically, we're looking for the same thing for the same thing. We find that out later. And so I'm going down the avenue. I'm trying to see if this nigga got an AK dropped to his side, so I know if I got a dip. Daughter going through the same thing. We both realize, oh, this, excuse my language, if it offends you, but this nigga ain't got no AK. He got a full-length sword. So once my mind processed that as I'm flying past him, I look over my daughter. I said, oh, this nigga gonna find out a sword carries as much time as a gun do. We gone down to the Dollar General, Family Dollar, whatever. I'm telling y'all, which is another thing that's scary. I was so desensitized in the moment. It didn't dawn on me that that man was going to do some damage possibly to somebody. That didn't even cross my mind. All I said is, oh, just another crazy nigga. And I kept driving. We go down maybe a block or two away from where we first saw this guy. And we go do our little shopping, whatever we went to get. I don't even know what it was. My daughter said, this is what she said, we drive before we get there. She said, oh, I thought he had an AK. That's what she said. Now, we ain't said nothing to each other. She said, I thought he had an AK. Then I realized he had a sword. And as I said, oh, well, that nigga gonna find out a sword carries as much time as a motherfucking gun do. And bullets. We go to the store, buy our little stuff. We ain't even in there 5 or 10 minutes. We come out, go to another Family Dollar, Dollar General in the next block. In there 5 minutes, come out. When we come out, this is all in a few blocks, maybe a 4 or 5 block range. Anyway, I come back home. When I come here, logging on the Facebook, guess what? Police just shot the man dead. Come to find out, y'all can look up the story. Go, what? I ain't buying this no more. I'm not buying it no more. Now, that's the 3rd time I done poured that. And now what time is it? I'm mad as hell. Okay. Anyway, the report said that the man was intercepted, I guess, by the cops. And the cops tried to detain him, and he started throwing daggers at him. And he cut the cop under the eye, and they had to shoot him, and they killed him. He died in the hospital later. Anyway, my point of sharing that story was multiple things. Number one, that I was so desensitized that I had no concept or comprehension that that person was going to go do harm to someone. Because where he was at, when me and my daughter saw him, and where the cops had to intercept him moments later, there was only a couple of places he could have been going from there. People are going insane. And me, I'm desensitized. That scares me. The other day or the day before, my kids say, Mama, did you hear about one man that killed another man maybe less than a quarter of a mile from here? And I had not, but of course, shortly after I did. It was a man standing at a bus stop, maybe a quarter of a mile from here, on that main avenue. And some person with mental illness walked up to him. I don't know what may have transpired between the two. But the man literally stabbed the man to death. And then took his shopping bags like it was nothing in broad daylight. When I was working, I used to be on that particular bus. Going and coming. Or coming back. I would be at that particular bus stop. And the real crazy thing about it, y'all, is today I got on Facebook. And what was the first thing I saw? I saw a live video of that person being murdered by the crazy guy, obviously. There was a person on the opposite side of the avenue where that man was murdered with their phone, videotaping the man literally stabbing the man multiple times in his neck like they was in the penitentiary. He was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, just, yeah, yeah, yeah. Jabbing them, blood all out. And the guy that he murdered obviously was doing the right thing with the little money he had got, whether it was unemployment, work, or whatever. Because he had a fresh new pair of gym shoes on, fresh little white t-shirt from like the gas station. I stay in the hood. You know, I always talk about the area that I'm in. That's a whole nother thing, the decline of it. Anyway, the man was obviously out doing the right thing. Had just left a store called Foreman Mills, a little cheap store. That man had like 3 bags. So he had went out and bought him maybe some new fresh, I just imagine some new fresh undershirts, some socks, some underwear. He's living his best life because it don't take that much. It don't take that much. He was feeling good. He was standing out the bus stop during a pandemic, probably with a face mask on, not complaining, living his best life. Maybe even had his kids or his woman something in the bag. And some Fruit Loop come up, or whatever transpired, stabbed this man in the neck, broad daylight. Bam, yeah, yeah, yeah. And the person is across the street on that opposite side of the avenue recording the man doing it. Then after the man that did it and stepped back from the man is dying, bleeding out, the person walks across the street with the phone camera up close, and I'm seeing all the blood and the man jerking. This is on Facebook now. This is the world that we live in. That person that took that video and was so bold enough to videotape the actual crime and then walk across the street while the criminal was still there, had just stepped back like they was done, had the criminal on the video, turn and videotape the man bleeding out from the neck on the ground in his white tee and gym shoes. Up close. Zoom. It had to be desensitized. As desensitized as I was when I seen a crazy ass nigga walking down the middle of the avenue with a full-length sword. And obviously daggers was on too, with a padded outfit on. And not only did that person videotape that person dying there, as they panned the scene, there was some Foreman Mills bag where the victim had just went shopping. The perpetrator went over and grabbed the person's 3 Foreman Mills bags as if they was going to get on the bus with a mag like nothing happened. We are living in a world in which there's a lot of discord and insanity, purple panic, and just being desensitized to our reality. Totally desensitized to our reality. Why do I bring that up? You know, I mean, because I'm going through it, y'all. It's just too much. Like I said the other day, I was in my bed sleep in the wee hours of the night. It had to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I finally get to sleep. Wake up to gunfire. Ta, 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 ta. On the subconscious level, I knew how to react. I drop, roll, pushed up. I wake up. I'll half wake up, push this table, drop and roll over the baby kittens around the bed to the other side. Meet my daughter in the hallway like, what the fuck is going on here? After that shooting, a few blocks over, it was a shooting. The week before, during the weekend, they turn it up again. They drive and they drift and they doing 100 if they can in their cars. They rolling over. They setting the street on fire with rings of fire. And they shooting each other. And shooting anybody else that just happened to be there. A woman was sitting on her porch. got gunned down. I don't appreciate this kind of stuff. The reason why I don't appreciate this kind of stuff, because I had the option in my early life to live that life. And the little stuff I saw I didn't like. So I refused to go that route. But yet I'm surrounded by it. What am I saying? What am I complaining about? I'm saying, hey y'all, it stopped again, y'all. Oh no, it didn't. Someone in this reality, at least 50 years ago, seemed like they had this philosophy or this view that humans' existence here on this earth is hell. But they realized that we could make it a utopia or a paradise instead. And so the middle class was built. Now, I ain't going to go into racism and all the details and the redlining that took place to make sure that certain races were able to have this utopia over other races that were kind of left to be in hell. I ain't going to talk about that. I talked about that before. I'm talking about the fact that we are creators, and we can create any reality that we desire. In my reality, people like they done forgot or are not aware that they can create heaven. They not aware. It is stop. Hold on, y'all. This is an Aquarius rant for so much more. Hi, Faith. I got to push my buttons again, y'all. Now these buttons getting on my nerves. I can't tell when I pushed and have. Okay. These old people problems. Y'all young folks don't know. And this mother is empty. I cannot believe it. I think I poured 3 times. I'm so upset. I won't do that no more. I will not be disappointed. Okay, how many cigarettes I got? I'm indulging. And I get it. I get it. But I guess what do I get? I get this to say, I don't take the funk. I like to indulge. I like to sip. Sometimes I even drink. But I stay within the boundaries and the confines and the limitations of not losing myself. That's what I don't understand. How people don't, especially young generation, don't understand that there are boundaries. There are limits. And if you can't stay within those boundaries or limits of participating in any sin, then you ain't supposed to partake in it. Period. Again, I drink, I sip, and sometimes I drink. I smoke. Sometimes I smoke. You know what I'm saying? I do, and sometimes I do. You know, these different things that are indulgent. I like to indulge. That makes this life worth living. But I also know that there's a limit. I know if I drink too much, I can be overtaken. I know that I can end up getting, being possessed by a spirit of rage or a spirit of fornication or anything can happen if I overindulge in with alcohol or spirits too much. So there's always a boundary and there's a limit. Cigarettes. I always talk about cigarettes. The biggest thing I've ever seen about cigarettes and the biggest threat is that of getting cancer or something and dying. So that's the chance I take. We are in hell. Smoking weed and different things like that, I've done that. There are boundaries though. I have friends that I talked about it here on my channel, and the video I talked mostly about is dope, drugs, and game, recognized game. When I talked about drugs from one decade to the next, and I talked about the decade in which marijuana was really introduced into the populace in the way that people know it now. I done smoked that weed. I done smoked all the different types. But there's a limit, because there are spirits that you access whenever you use drugs. Why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because since all of this has begun, since the release of the stimulus and the unemployment, and it's just a hustle, and the hustle leading to more money for many people than they've had in a long time, I'll say. They've been able to overindulge. And that indulgence has tapped them into spirits they may not have otherwise dealt with. It may have been, what I'm saying it may be a person that's an alcoholic, and they may have been in touch with the spirit of anger, but maybe their income every month was only $800-900. They had to pay to live, to eat, and then they, got their drink on. And so they know about the spirit that's some of the spirits that's associated with alcoholism. But soon it may be over if they visit with that spirit. But due to our current situation, they have had some have had additional resources. So they got to spend extra time with these spirits that I'm talking about. And because they got to spend extra time with these spirits have been able to lead them to self-destruction and or destruction to something outside themselves. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know how long it's been. Disclaimer, disclosure. What is it? I'm drinking. I'm almost out, y'all. I'm partaking in cigarettes. I don't suggest that you do it. I regret the day that I did. I can tell y'all the whole story about that. No another thing. But this is what I do. Indulgence. Got a few indulgence. You got to understand that you are dealing with something when you indulge. When you partake in the different vices of this world, you are indulging. And these are spirits that you are dealing with that has a level of consciousness for real. And they can introduce you to stuff that you don't know nothing about. And they can walk you like a puppet. So, I don't know if it makes sense. Anyway, that was my Aquarius rant for right now. So right now I want to talk about the upcoming astrological energies that are in play now and will continue to be in play for some time. I read the astrological chart for September 2020, and the energies still point to social engineering. Social engineering has had a specific desired outcome, and the specific desired outcome is discord. Discord as far as citizens of the world, very citizens of the world. I try to make it make sense, y'all. We have been programmed, that's a popular word now here on YouTube. We have been programmed to be, let me work it. Listen. I know I got some more, what do you call them? So, man, I don't want to go to the store. I ain't going out this late, not even for a drink. See, the devil want to make me go out to get a drink, running some fruitcake out there in the street, and I end up on the news tomorrow as the loser, or as the loser. I'm going to just let my foot massage my feet. Indulge in my old people stuff. So anyway, let me see if I can. I miss y'all. I'm listening to y'all. If y'all want to talk, I'm just venting. I can't. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. I'm gonna start cussing y'all because enough is enough. What was that? We have been primed to be self-destructive or unproductive. When I say we've been primed, that means social engineering tactics have been executed upon the populace, the world's populace, in order to make us what? Self-destructive and unproductive. The goal of the social engineering was to make sure that the people were disoriented, had a state of being demoral, and of that of commotion. In short, I say discord. Why is this important? It is important because we are currently entering a time, and we are in a time that it will be beneficial to us, the people of the world, to be able to have a clear mind, a rational mind, analytical mind. This is a time to make changes, both on a mundane level, and we can say even a spiritual level. This is the optimal time for us to make the moves that we need to define our future or our unfolding reality. But we have been programmed to be disoriented, confused, perplexed, puzzled. And due to the programming of being, disoriented, perplexed, disoriented. Did I say disoriented? Disoriented, perplexed, or whatever. I've been sick. We're not in a healthy state of mind. A healthy state of mind that is needed to collaborate with our fellow humans in order to decide how we want to create our reality. Hopefully we all kind of want a heaven-like state, or a reality that is uplifting. Let me see what is right. That's it. Right now, I don't know if I said it, but I think I did, is a period to be able to collaborate with like minds for the purpose of creating our desired future. I always talk about the 1%ers and the 2%ers, the powers that be at this point in time in the history of humanity. Hi, Yanni, I see you. How they are clear-minded, focused. When I say 1 and or 2%ers, I know that sounds like a small percentage of people. But when you look at the overall world's population as being over 7.8 billion people, and we're talking about 1 to 2% of that total, that's quite a few people. And those quite a few people are in a rational, logical, and analytical manner. The message that was offered, is these motherfuckers about to start fooling? Because I'm about to dabble with this thing on my feet on the floor. Y'all about to see some acrobatics. And I wanted to do this earlier, but I just was procrastinating. I just been in the moment, y'all. I'm all over the place. So Aquarius ran a report of the astrological energies as they unfold and what we're actually dealing with, and what we actually should get together in order to be able to offset these ills that we're facing. Understand that there is 1 to 2% of the world's population that are in a rational mind. And they are working together, collaborating. They're interdisciplinaries. They are collaborating. When I say they're collaborating, I mean these people have a particular area of interest, of expertise, an area of intelligence, that they're interacting with others of like minds that may be in a different field. They collaborate and they network in order to bring about a desired result to our reality, how they want our reality to be. All evidence seems to show, based on my studies and other people that I watch here on YouTube and have come across, that they want to move into transhumanism. They want technology to govern us as far as knowing what we spend, where we go, who we interact with, and everything. That's where they want to take us. That's what they're playing. And at this time, they are highly active and interactive. I'm going to tell y'all the honest to God truth. I don't know who to trust. Election coming up. I don't know who to vote for. It almost feels like it doesn't even matter who I vote for. I want somebody to help me with that. I've been watching Young Pharaoh. I have been watching A New Breed. I have been watching, what's the other person? Dr. Shauna. And a few others. Because I need help with this upcoming election. First time that I've ever really needed help. I really need help. For the first time in my life since I've been 18 and registered to vote, I don't even know if I want to vote. But neither do I want to sit idly by and just let whomever come into power. I don't know what to do. I need help. I know I'm all over the place. Remember, this is also an Aquarius rant. It doesn't matter who you vote for. That's how I feel. Sorry, Nancy. The chat phone went dead. I'm back. I'm happy you're back, Josh. Am I saying it right? Y'all know I got reading the picture. You say, I say, hey, Nancy, that was crazy. I'm finding it and there to be opposite of satanic behavior. No. So much. It's so much I could just talk about. Let me get the astrological notes out. I started this live talking about all the insanity that I'm witnessing. And why did I start talking about that? It is because the other part of the astrological reading talks about the rest of us and how we have been programmed to be disoriented. And disorientation is manifesting in our physical world in different ways. For me, in relative to like the election, I don't even know who to vote for or if I should vote. Does it even matter? That's my disorientation. My disorientation is, I feel like this plane that we exist in could be either heaven or hell. I feel like I'm in hell. I'm disoriented because I don't understand how people can consciously choose to be self-destructive and act like they can't see it. But we do live in the age of deception. I'm disoriented. I don't understand, like even my own adult children, how they have not been exposed to indulgence. But they have been under the guardianship and the guidance of a person that sought education, spirituality. But yet the peers win. The peers are governing their thoughts. I don't get that. I'm disoriented. But then disorientation comes in different ways. What I'm seeing as I witness is people are disoriented. They went and took their money and bought guns to kill thy neighbor. they went and he started turning up again, driving at high speeds. Even though people constantly hear reports of cars driving at high speeds, same story over and over again, driving at high speeds, hit the wall, the medium wall, flipped over, somebody's injected. How many times? That's not the norm. That's not normal. It's not normal. I was talking to my son. During this time period, he bought a new car. The car needed some work under the carriage. So he paid for the car, he got some of the work done, but there's still something going on underneath that carriage. And I'm saying, hey, I can feel something going on up under this carriage. But yet he want to move with the flow of traffic and say, hey, son, drive this car like to handle your business, to the market, whatever you got to go, to the doctor. Drive it, get in the side lane, get on cruise. Y'all know I like D'Angelo, cruising. See, they won't let me play no music. Baby, tonight belongs to us. I can't sing, but that's D'Angelo cruising. Just cruise and go where you gotta go until you can figure out, have somebody figure out what's really going on under this car and get it fixed. But no, he want to try to drive and say, Mom, I gotta stay with the flow of traffic. No, the fuck you don't have to stay with the flow of traffic. You get in your lane and cruise, my nigga. I try to tell him. But I mean, and my point is, if he don't want to listen to me, he can look at all the reports that's going on. He can look at what's been going on in this avenue, in this freeway right behind us, in which there are cars driving at high speeds, hitting the medium, and rolling over. Now, when it was one car, okay. But we've had nearly a dozen cars rolling over. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm not understanding. I'm not getting. Why am I talking about this? I'm talking about it because the astrological energies, upcoming astrological energies, I'm talking about the discord within the general populace. And this is how the discord is coming out. It's how it's manifesting. I shared how it's manifesting for me. For others, the discord is coming out with, again, taking the money during a time such as this to buy a gun to kill thy neighbor. Not going to buy a gun, stack up on artillery in case something really goes south, in this world. No, that's not it. They drive and getting cars, rather than having a car in case they have to bug out, or even to just go to the grocery store and get the load up, to prepare, or get back forth to work with their family or whatever. No, they buying a car that will drive at high speeds, roll over, and be ejected from the car. You know what I'm saying? The discord is just people arguing and fighting, referring to that Detroit scanner I've been following, and it's linked to the state of Michigan and Detroit news and all that kind of stuff, and the stuff in media environment that I'm seeing. People want to turn up, go buy this and that, and do this and that. That's the kind of discord I'm talking about, that the astrological energy is talking about, that exists in the general populace. And as long as that kind of discord, domestic violence, abuse, murder, theft, anything like that exists, there is no way that the general populace can figure out how to handle or deal with the life experiences that we will have as a direct result of a dying economy. And that's anywhere in the world. Where there are other people that want those 1 or 2%ers that are alert, they are sober, they are aware, they are analytical, they are aware of the various stages that we're going to go through. And so they are planning. I talked about this in my secret message, to make sure things pan out. They're doing the magician thing. I talk about the magician thing, to make sure that things pan out in their favor, so that they will maintain, and ensure their political, social, and spiritual and everything influence upon others. And that's what the energies is really about. What's concerning to me is that we, the general populace, are not seeing that we have this state. We're in a state of arrested development. Arrested development. Let me stop. Read the chat. Down ballot because no address the reparations debt except for Marianne Wilson. Okay, I gotta look that person up. We are being gaslighted. I feel that's exactly how I feel. Like we being gaslighted. Would I prefer life before COVID or after? To be perfectly honest with you, my life is just about the same, with the exception of a mask. I've always been a homebody. Remember, I have 5 adult children, so I was always at home, taking care of them. Only thing else I did was go to work. I went to work, came home, did my work thing, went back to work, carved out a little time for me and my kids. So basically, I'm in the same flow. My flow hasn't changed. The COVID, I shared that I think I've had it. I think it reoccurred multiple times for me. I don't want to get sick, but I personally don't even know anybody who's gotten sick from COVID that I know of. So, before, after, I don't know, because before, I can say at least before, the local natives in my area had become immune to self-destruction. When I say immune to self-destruction, I mean they had hit their plateau. As far as money, they could not go past. They were on a fixed income, no matter if they worked or as some type of mediocre job. No matter where they worked, they was at a fixed income, and so they had normalized their indulgence. However, after the fact, their normalization of their indulgence was dissipated every time they got, more money. And that's sad to say. They got more money, it was dissipating. What I'm saying, it was this limit. People, I heard so many people overdosing on their preferred, drug. You say, I appreciate Trump not trying to force vaccinations. Oh, y'all, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I think Democrats will. This is about UPS defunding. You know what? Is that the United States Postal Service? Let me tell y'all something. Ooh, I got to take a bathroom break, y'all. And I'm going to come back and talk about the comments y'all made. Because I got something to say about both. But let me see. I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to black me out. I'm coming back, y'all. I got to stop my machine. But y'all know I'm old, so my bladder is tired. And it's telling me go handle it. And so I'm going to go handle it. And I'll be right back. Move, kitty. back. Oh, y'all, here I come. Oh. A bunch of crap. Yeah, I'm back. Oh, Lord. Where am I at? Whew. Old people stuff. I need Dr. Princess. Where's she at? Oh, excuse me, y'all. The deep state, excuse me, who want to completely destroy and devalue the dollar so they can introduce and strictly stick with digital currency. They also want us to have a social credit system similar to communists. I hope I hope we don't have a social credit system, because I will be so broke. Literally. Social credit score me? Oh my god, I'd be so broke. I'd be like in that movie was it In Time? In Time with what's his name? What's his name? Not Justin Timberlake. Yeah, Justin Timberlake. Out of time, in time, I'd be broke. Socially. Just like in the, what was it called? It's called Black Mirror. One of the episodes they dealt with the social credit system, and you have to get likes and credit, some type of rating and stars. Oh, I would be fudged. I would be fudged. The first stage of the social credit system is restricting people from flying. I ain't going nowhere anyway. I ain't getting on the damn plane. Going back to school. I owe them so much money, they ain't gonna let me back. Or working unless they have vaccinations. We are headed toward communism, definitely. Yeah, the Justin Timberlake movie was amazing. It was amazing. The other day I started to watch. I might watch it this evening. I don't know. Now, going to the vaccinations. Today, my kids, they're adults, were like, they trying to make us take vaccinations, Mom. And I say, you know what? If they try to make me take vaccinations, y'all gonna see somebody really go crazy. So y'all know me here from Can Angels Fly Tarot, but y'all would know me probably nationally or locally. I don't know if I go, national, but y'all would know me locally because I'm a nut the fuck up. I'm a nut up. I was like, Lord, all I could do is pray and say, hey, there's some real strange stuff going on here now. But if they try to force me to take a vaccination, I'm going to take exemption on religious beliefs. I'm going to take an exemption on, nigga, I'm 50 years old and you want me to take a vaccination that could possibly kill me. I was fooling today. I was like, I done been to the hospital multiple times. I talked to y'all about my hospital visits and what I learned from them. But every time I go, ain't nothing wrong with me. So why do it? Oh, I'm a fool. Y'all go out there. I'm a fool. They gonna taser me. They probably gonna kill me. And I'm not, trying to say something that's offensive to Black Lives Matter or whatever. But when I say I'm a fool, oh, so radically, I'm a fool. But you're not gonna inject me. I don't care what. You don't want to feed me, you don't want to house me, you don't want me to work, you don't want me to do this, that's fine. I'm going to be another motherfucking nigga in the street living homeless. I'm not doing it. I am not. That's one thing I like to know that I'm not going to do. I know I'm not. By any means necessary. By any means necessary. And that's a hard thing to say, because remember, I'm under the human condition. I'm susceptible to the human condition. I'm susceptible to hot and cold, to wet and dry, etc., etc. But when I say I'm going to have to meet those demons face to face, I'm going to have to meet those demons face to face. Now, I done met hot before, and I done met cold before, but not to the extremity that I didn't know that eventually. It was always in my mind, like, if I could be hot for this hour, but one day, one moment, I'm going to be back in the air. Or I would have been so cold, I've been so cold that I done met the spirit of dealing with to the cold to the point you about to die. But I have hope because I'm in the United States that I'm going to get to a place that is going to be enough heat. I'm going to be okay. But to be to this place where, based on everything that's going on, and if there was a mandatory vaccination, that I would have to meet death to the point, cold to the death, to the point that it would kill me, or hot to the point it would kill me, I gotta be ready to make their acquaintance. That's what I know for sure. I done met a lot of spirits in my life, and I have thought that I know them well, but I get this feeling that I don't know them well. I get this feeling when my kids was talking about the possible mandated call for vaccinations. When my kids was talking about that, I was like, oh, I haven't met the extremity of these spirits. I know I haven't. I haven't met the extremity of these spirits. And it's concerning because, again, I've met these spirits. And I know how they feel. I know who they are. Like I talk about cigarettes, y'all. See, this is something that's right now, here and now. I know a lot of people probably think like, that ain't nothing. Go without a cigarette when you like to smoke, or you're a chronic smoker, or you have a relationship, a love affair, an entanglement with nicotine. See, I have an entanglement with nicotine. So that means when I say entanglement, it's something that I enjoy. It is available to me. I partake in it, and I enjoy it. It's an entanglement. But if I want to break that entanglement, there's a spirit that is attached to that. It is a spirit. Now that's a spirit that's fairly mediocre in comparison to a lot of other spirits. And a lot of other spirits is like when people on hardcore drugs. Them spirits are more intense to be left exposed to hot and cold, and the effects of it to the point you die are more extreme spirits. You know what I'm saying? The cigarette spirit is not that strong. Do I want to do battle with it? No. Why? Because I got an entanglement. But if I wanted to stop, I would have to do battle with that spirit, and it's annoying, more of an annoyance kind of thing that'll keep coming up, giving you cramps and cravings and headaches. But that's something you can do battle with if you want to, and you're not entangled with it. But when you start talking about vaccinations and it being a mandate or requirement, but you refuse to, it's like multiple spirits can jump on a person at that time, depending on the composition of their life. When I say depending on the composition of their life, like where do you work? Your medical come from, your food, the money for your food come from. See, so if you, what I was saying, if a person has a particular job, particular medical, what do they call it, plan, they have their food budget, they pay the utilities, and if it is a mandatory vaccination called into existence, and a person refuses to do that, over time, they gonna meet the spirit of not having the ability to pay their utility bills of the air conditioner or the heat. So they meet with hot and cold, or they can't meet their grocery bill every week or every month, however they do it. So they meet with the spirit of hunger. See, this is what is at stake here. You know what I'm saying? At stake here. These people that are in power, the 1 or 2 percenters, are guiding us. Listen, y'all. They're guiding us to meet with these more advanced urges. We're not talking about demi-urges. We're talking about the urges, such as hunger, such as thirst. Again, and such as having to deal with hot and cold. These are major urges. These are major spirits. And we have a couple examples to refer to when it comes to dealing with these urges. And one of the urges is like, one of the examples is like Gandhi. We hear Gandhi going through the fasting for 20 something days. Because remember, you can only go without food for what, 3 weeks? Until you start dying, or you start to deteriorate due to malnutrition. And once in the malnutrition, you run into beginning to the death process by starvation. So the Gandhi went literally and had to sit with that spirit and got to know it. But I don't know how many days it was. I'm going to say 27 days or whatever it was. He was like, enough is enough of sitting with that spirit. That's what he was sitting with. And I talked about the spirits of the, I think they're Indian monks that are said to have transcended this physical world. They had reached nirvana because they sat. They sat through hunger. They sat through thirst. They sat through having the desire or the urge to urinate and defecate. And they transcended it. Yes, but they transcended it. They sat there. You know, and so whether people understand it or not, when we start talking about recessions start talking about losing those things that enhance our lives, like those vacations, that savings, and different things like that. And then when you go into depression talking about depressing yourself in relationship to these spirits that I'm speaking about coming to you. See, that's what we're headed to, a depression. Meaning you will have to do battle with some of these spirits. A lot of people over the last couple of years, I kept hearing them say, hey, stop eating meat. Hey, stop, doing whatever you're doing. Stop partaking in your vice. And the reason why people were saying, I don't even know if they know if that's why they were saying it or not. I don't know. But I knew when I talked about it, why I was saying it. It's saying, hey, we're about to enter into a time where if you don't subdue your vice, you're going to be one-on-one with that spirit. And that spirit is, how do I say, it can crush you. The spirit of hunger can crush you. And you have to understand that. You have to understand that. And so what am I talking about right now? I'm talking about how there is a set of people, the 1 to 2%ers, that is aware of all these things that I'm talking about. That we are human, and therefore we're under the human condition. We have weaknesses. We like to indulge. And it's hard to willingly do battle with something that you love. Something that you love. That you like. Then there have been a portion of the world's population, the gurus will say, that hey, stop eating meat. Release those vices, cigarettes and drugs and alcohol and sex. Because those spirits attached to those things will consume you. But we don't understand what they're talking about. Let's take a look at a hypothetical case scenario. Let's say from this moment on, we keep on living our life experiences and we get to the point there is a depression. Where there's a shortage of food and the money flow has about just stopped. And you only have basic necessities. You don't even know if you got a place to live. It ain't just you. If you're a renter, it's the landlord. Or you're a homeowner. You don't know where the dope money coming from. Where a person gonna get they crack or their heroin from. Where? Is a person that is already an indulgent person or spirit. Already indulgent. Some spirits are indulgent. They want to be there. It's the high price. They want to be there. They want to partake. And so they bring this God the $5 or $10 or whatever, the nickel, the dime, to get what they want, because they want to be one with that God. and with that consciousness. And they ain't got the money to pay homage to that God. Or demon. And that God or demon begins to torture and torment them. Like bend your arm behind your back. Without mercy. No mercy. No mercy. Can't tap out and say mercy. Nope. It's got your arm bent behind the back. So either that person got two choices. One choice is to be able to transcend the experience that they're having, which is having their arm twisted behind their back by that particular demon of God of the desire they indulged in, and deal with it. That's why I tell y'all, when people talk about yoga and meditation and different things like that, that's it right there. Transcend that right there. Transcend that right there. Right there. In that place where you hurt and you long and you're craving and you want to transcend that right there. Transcend that right there. Most people can't. Most people can't. And so what they do, they will do whatever it takes to get the money or resources to go pay homage to that God, so that God will give to them what they desire. You know? Take the edge off. Get that hit. Take the edge off. Take that drink. Take the edge off. Go get that shopping in. Go take the edge off. You know? See, what am I talking about? I'm talking about what the powers that be, the 1% to 2%ers, know about the majority of humanity. And I'm talking about humanity. This is a global thing. Don't think that people in other countries don't use drugs or alcohol, or they're not into sexual deviance and different things. We're all human. We're all human. And so there are many people all over the world that have different lust that they are entangled with. Right now, they're entangled. We see them as they're entangled. That's the new term. They're entangled. But we don't understand, openly, that they are consumed. Like with fire, they are consumed. We will soon see the result of various people being consumed. A person doesn't have to be just consumed of drugs or alcohol or sex and different things like that. They could be consumed with power and wanting to continually be in commune with the spirit of power. What will people do? They could want to be in excuse me, I've been drinking. I've been sipping. I've been sipping with that thing. I need to know how. That was number 3 little cups. What the hell? It was. I need about 3 of them. So, why is it relevant? Why is this relevant? I know y'all saying, okay, Nancy, you all over the place. To be able to understand let me stop. To be consumed. Each of us are also, many of us, I'll say, are consumed with the need to sustain a reasonable lifestyle. Consumed. Everybody's lifestyle, or not lifestyle, but profile is different. What I'm trying to hold on to make sure that I'm comfortable in this life is different from what you're trying to hold on to make sure that your life comfortable. Some people got cars, car notes, furniture, rental furniture, got stuff in a layaway, credit cards. It may have some braces, some fake eyes, I don't know, fake hair, weave on fake, weave on payment, nails, I don't know what you got. Life insurance, auto insurance, you name it. Is a bill upon bill upon bill to have something, to maintain something in this world that helps you enhance your life, or not to have a hell-like experience, to have more of a heaven-like experience. So we are entangled with these things, and if the time comes that we have to let these things go and deal face to face with the demon that's attached to those things. What am I saying? Let me give you an example. Death is an inevitable spirit that each of us will meet with. Hypothetically, case scenario, there's a person that has life insurance on every member of their family. That gives them a sense of peace, a sense of tranquility, that they can have heaven here on earth. Even during a very traumatic or troubling time such as that, they have the insurance that they can lay their loved one down, you know, in a respectable manner, and even come out with some sad change or pocket change. As we move through this particular time, or time like this, someone in that person's family dies, but they had to release their life insurance policies because they didn't have enough money for whatever reason. Well, that person is then confronted with certain spirits. We don't think of these things as spirits, but they are. The grief is a spirit. And grief can be magnified when you're worrying about how I could lay my husband or my wife down decently. You know, that hurts. I could lay them down decently. And now my husband or my wife, I depended on them because we were cohabitating as husband and wife, and I had a set income and they had a set income, and we had this particular lifestyle. Now that lifestyle cut out because that significant other is gone. And so now a person is living in scarcity. They don't slow down. In my example, that person is beginning to live with scarcity. And so once they live in scarcity, begin to live in scarcity, they're being introduced to a new spirit. What am I saying? I'm saying that the powers that be, the 1 or 2%ers, know that's where the majority of humanity is. The majority of the world population is. These are the things that we're dealing with. And they know it got us rattled. What's the words here? It got us all disoriented. We're demoralized. We're in the demoralization. We've been demoralized. There's a lot of commotion. Oh. I know I'm all out of order, y'all. I'm all over the place. Where is that? Y'all know I be having my synonyms for different words, but I ain't got it here. But I had a whole lot of synonyms I would really like to read. Oh, yeah. And y'all know I'm an amateur stargazer. However, what I do see for the month of September is it almost seems like something happens to the market. And I don't know really if it's talking about this, just means, you know, so anyway, when we're in that confused frame of mind, we don't have much to bring to the table. But understand that there's the 1 and 2%ers that do have quite a bit to bring to the table. And so what has triggered the discord, the confusion, the disorientation, in the different ways that I've talked about that is manifested in this world? Well, one thing, there go my synonyms. Oh, yeah. What has been a trigger to this social engineering to make sure it's like, kind of saying, we have different tactics have been used to socially engineer us to lead us to be disoriented. into a place that we create discord in the world. What has been a trigger? One of the trigger, or a couple of triggers that have been flipped or executed, is like by the whole pandemic thing, the fear associated with it. Extended quarantine. I want to stop for a minute and talk about extended quarantine. Some time ago, maybe 2 months ago, I did a live here on YouTube. I don't even know what it was called, but I talked about being quarantined and the rules behind. There are rules behind being quarantined, and one of the primary rules is not to quarantine the population for more time than that is necessary. Because then what happens? We begin to deal with our psyche. We begin to deal with our psyche. And a lot of people don't want to deal with the spirits and ghosts and the nemesis in their psyche. And people begin to break and snap and do all those kind of things. And so what I've noticed, and I could be wrong, I'm just an amateur, a lay woman, but we have been under quarantine for some time, and because it's been somewhat of an extended or extensive amount of time that we've been under quarantine, people are starting to break, or like in that program Snap. Snap. Psyche. This is Psyche. Hershey, not advertising for anybody. This is what I do. Anyway, I was reporting back during that time when I covered the subject matter. Because in the little research that I did, which was minor little research, it was saying, hey, to the rulers or the politicians, hey, if you have to implement quarantine, do so. But understand, you on a time limit, because people can't stay quarantined unnecessarily. Why? Because it messes with their psyche and everything, and the economy and everything. So I was saying, hey, do what you gotta do to the powers be. Figure out what needs to be done to alleviate whatever the problem or threat is, and get these people's lives back to normal. As far as I'm concerned, that has not been the case. We have been under extended quarantine with really no end in sight. I already knew they was going to walk us. I told my kids when they first gave that month or whatever it was, so they just going to keep walking us every month, add another month. Because they already know that if you would tell a person, hey, you're going to be quarantined for a whole year, they could go bonkers. So the powers that be already knew that, the politicians already knew that. So they done fed it to us 1 month at a time. 1 month at a time, 1 month at a time. And now we find ourselves, what, 5 or 6 months into this thing. That, the whole pressures associated with being quarantined, and the fear associated with the pandemic and everything, is the trigger that told that social engineering to wake up in each one of us. Wake up, go into action, become disoriented, become aggressive, become, let me go to my synonyms. That's it. So you just stop eating meat. Went to, hello, you sound muzzled before I did you got it. Oh my, I sound muzzled. Was I eating, drinking, smoking cigarettes, indulging? You just stop eating meat? Oh, that's a whole nother thing. 1, 2, I feel like we are all divinely in tune. I haven't eaten meat in 5 years. Wow, you're doing good. I'm telling you, it ain't no good for you. Another thing I told you, probably The food isn't right now. The food is not right nowadays. When I say y'all, I've been sick, I feel sick. I literally feel sick. I used to tell like what I needed to eat. I talked about it before on my channel. Like sometimes I get the feeling that I need more salt, so I know to go get something salt based, or that I need more salad. I'll go get salad, not eat salad for a long period of time. Sometimes it call me, I need to eat fish. Eat fish. Sometimes it call me and say, don't eat any meat at all. Don't eat no salt at all. I can feel it inside of me. And that's what I would do. Now, I'm all thrown off. I have no idea about nothing. And so I've been trying to kind of just pace myself and not just overindulge in too much of anything. Not at all. I think that's definitely a direct result of the quarantine stuff. My pattern or routines have been thrown off, so like this energy makes sense to me. The food isn't right nowadays, and said let me stop eating meat before I'm forced to. You're reading it wrong, Miss Nancy, but how do you feel about UPS? Oh, UPS. When all this stuff first started, I ordered me a bunch of muumuus, little sundresses, little cheap dresses, just to throw on. They go in and out, or if it get too hot, just something I can lay around in. Anywho, I had a package that left. I think it was Philadelphia. It went from Philadelphia to here, Michigan, to Belleville by either FedEx, I think. Oh, excuse me, y'all. No, by FedEx. That was like 3 days after I ordered it. From Philadelphia via FedEx. It got here to Belleville, Michigan. It said wait online, said wait an additional 3 days for me to receive my package. This was about 4 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. So 3 or 4 days passed and I still didn't get anything. So I'm checking on the site and it said it went from Philadelphia to Belleville, Michigan, went past me, which is in Detroit, from Belleville, Michigan, out to Pontiac, Michigan, where it has sat until yesterday. I lost track, August, March, it was April, May, June, July, August, 5 months. UPS had that. I contacted UPS. So it went from FedEx. FedEx put it in the care of UPS. And it sat there in Pontiac, Michigan for 4 months. Over 4 months. And they said they didn't have, when I called them, they said they didn't have it. It was deemed as lost. Deemed as lost. The tracking number, they weren't able to identify. Once it transitioned from FedEx tracking number to the U.S. Postal Service number, they wasn't able to identify it. It was deemed lost. Yesterday, I got the package after 5 months. So I actually feel like, I don't know what they were doing, but for 5 months, for my packages to be up there in their warehouse, undelivered, it suggests to me that either they didn't have enough employees to keep up with the demand, or people were just not doing their work. They were sitting down. This would have been me. If I worked at the U.S. Postal Service and all these packages coming in and I wasn't getting no heroes pay, I'm going to be honest, I'd be like, look, y'all get it when I feel like y'all going to get it. And I'd have been lollygagging and doing everything under the sun, but getting y'all mail and no packages. And so that's what I think is what's happening. Like, forget that. For real. They already walked through the trenches to get us our mail. they weren't getting anything extra, and so I think it was so overworked. They was like, I'm not working a damn bit faster. I'm not carrying no more stuff, and I'm not working no extra hours. I'll get what I can get to you when I can get it to you, and that's what I think was happening. That's what I think is happening. So it's not anything, you know, extraordinary or, you know, weird about really what UPS overall had done. Nothing extra. And then I never understood for the life of me how my package left FedEx to get to UPS, and they had to pass by me literally to make the exchange. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand it at all. United States Postal Service is in danger of getting defunded. If they do, it's dangerous territory we are going into. You know, I didn't hear about that. So they want to defund the police. They want to defund the U.S. Postal Service. You know, the Postal Service to me, that's all I've known. Basically, that's the majority of what I've known as far as communications. You know, is the U.S. Postal Service. That's what I've known. But how can I say this? It's cool for the U.S. Postal Service to deliver in like the suburban areas. But like I personally feel really bad for people that work for the different branches of the United States Postal Service that have to deliver to like the inner city areas. I've heard of and have known people that have been, you know, delivering and they've been robbed, all kind of stuff. There's a bunch of abandoned houses, and you know, so the defunding part. The reason why I think ultimately outside of that, why they want to defund the U.S. Postal Service, because is there really a need for the delivery of hard copy documents, basically hard copy documents? The answer is no. We can do everything online. So the U.S. Postal Service is one of our social part of our social infrastructure that can be done away with, because we don't need to get our bills in the mail every single month. We don't need I don't know, our credit card statements in the mail every month. All of those things can be literally emailed to us, you know. And if they're emailed to us, that means that the workers don't have to be like in the inner city put in danger. That's dangerous. But the question arises, are they going to have work for these people if what do they call it, physical hard copy, you know, mail isn't, you know, being moved? Will they be, you know, what kind of work will be done? Work can they be, you know, move over to? You know, everything can be again email. Let's see. Everything can be emailed. Ooh, that medicine's starting to work. I think it took what? I did at 9:40. It took all that long, 9:40 to 10, 3 hours. So many jobs, jobs will be lost. The United States was okay. Yeah, so many jobs are going to be lost. But that's my thing about when you talk about jobs being lost. Remember, I made that video talking about our social structure, our social constructs are under construction or something, whatever it was. That's just a part of the new constructs, you know, that create our overall constructs. The infrastructure that create our overall construct is going to be changed. So, I mean, reality, what it seems like they're not looking at. When I say they, I'm talking about the powers that be, the 1 or 2%ers and the political parties. It seems like they're not being upright with us, upfront with us. like you're saying, that's job losses in one area. So many jobs lost in that one area. And people are losing their jobs across the border. So that suggests then that there is a plan in place in order to execute intentionally, what do you call it, universal income. Intentionally, they're doing it intentionally. And a lot of people that I heard talking about a universal income, or I think it's socialism or something like that, they said it never works. It never works, they said. But I don't see any other way, if we keep on this course of action, that a universal income won't be implemented, which is, I think this is socialism, will not be implemented. I don't see any other way. But it almost seems like the powers that be is saying, okay, we're going to give you, they're not saying it verbally, but through their actions, we're going to give you so much money every month. We're trying to figure out exactly how much a person needs to continue to live. We're going to give you, we're trying to figure out exactly how much money a person needs in order to buy the natural resources that they need for themselves in order to sustain their life. We're trying to figure it out. I think that's where the stimulus and the unemployment and everything is coming out, because they're trying to, figure that out. Once they figure that out, I think that again, universal income will be put in place. I was gonna say something else. Ooh, something got will be put in place. Oh, and it's saying, so as what do they call it, as a token of good faith from the world's populace, or the recipients of this universal income, you have to give us access to your private life. You have to know what you're doing. So we are being manipulated. What I'm saying, we're currently being manipulated into accepting like a universal currency, whatever that amount will be. And as a direct relation, as a direct result, we'll be also handing over our privacy. It's all connected. It's a trick. It's a trick. It's all of the policies, political policies, we could say, are connected. They're just snowballing from one into the other, the way they want it to be. And so my thing is, like, do we rise up against these upcoming changes to our reality, or don't we? If we rise up against them, raise up against these new oncoming structures or regulations to our reality, we also have to be prepared at the same time, simultaneously, to be able to sustain our lives. And we know the reality is that these people have hoarded all of the seeds and different things like that, and left us in a state, I'll say, in short of scarcity. They already knew what they were going to do. They thought out every detail. And the only way that humanity can truly rise up against the powers that be and their agenda is to work together. But again, we've been socially engineered to be dysfunctional. And that dysfunction also includes, we talked about it at one time, where we can't even work together. We don't trust each other. there are biases, hatred, racism, etc., etc. That the the destruction of those type of behaviors is the only way I can see humanity standing up against the unfolding agenda of the powers that be. That's the only way. We have to be willing to work together, not to dismiss anyone. If we were to do that, there's nothing at all that the powers could be, the 1 or 2 percenters in the political parties could do. There's nothing. If we're willing to work together. That's one thing. The other thing is to understand, and I've talked about this before, is that it's a whole lot of work that must be put in to sustain our lives. Are we willing to put in the work? You know, my generation and the generation before me and the current, younger generation, we have grown accustomed to such a luxurious life, an overindulgent life. Most of us don't know about having to go out to hunt and gather and different things like that. We don't know anything about that. We don't understand the energetic demand it would take to sustain our lives. We don't understand that. Oh. Is Coco in here? We don't understand that. That's another thing. So what am I saying? Even though, I would say, even though, at this time, when there is a lot of discord taking place throughout, the world's population, that keeps us from focusing on the important aspects of life. Understand that there are people that do have the time, the energy, and the ability to focus on what is currently unfolding. They have already set many plans into action that we are not aware of. And some of the plans are, number one, that they've hoarded the natural resources. We, the people of the world, cannot survive without the resources. Period. And we also cannot survive if we don't have the knowledge base needed to refine the various natural resources in a way that is beneficial to the people. What am I saying? I'm saying that the powers of being, when I say it's so complicated or complex, the plan that they've had, that they've executed for hundreds of years, is so complex that many people are not understanding the hurdles that we have to overcome. Hurdles I gave as an example is getting rid of our biases, racism, all those kind of things. Has to go. We have to be. No, it didn't. That was doing. Hold on, y'all. I gotta push the buttons. I pushed the buttons again. We have to understand that we have to be organized. I'm talking about globally, collectively, in a way that we can work to harvest the natural resources that we need to sustain ourselves. You know? Ooh, I got it on the tightest one, and then these are things, hurdles that we have to overcome. Because like the 1 or 2 percenters, the only other way is to identify exactly who these 1 or 2 percenters are and uproot them. But again, they don't let us, we don't have any idea exactly who they are. You know, when I watch Young Pharaoh, through his research and investigation, he's able to name some folks. Who else have I heard? Lily put some names. Oh, what's her name? What's her name? Her name is what is her channel's name? Her name is stopthecrime.net. Stopthecrime.net. I can't remember her name. The creator of this particular content or that channel. She throws names out. You know, exact names. These people have to be uprooted. Under my research, all I can say is, hey, follow the money. And look at the Billionaires Club. The Billionaires Club, Bill Gates and whomever else is a billionaire, got to be billionaires because they knew how to manipulate this world in their favor. And if we uproot those people and remove them from their power, strip them of their power, and place people with integrity into those roles, that is another way, but that is a more difficult way to have our you know, our experience benefit the masses and not just a few. So I guess the foot massager is a good product. It is a pretty good product. I'm just like in it. I'm literally in it. I'm feeling it. Even though my sip gone, I'm mad. And I started to put on my pulsers for my neck and back massage, but I was like, I might be doing too much, you know, so I'm just, maybe later on. You say Nancy Tipsy, how far they playing? Nancy tripping, how far they playing? Oh, narcissists are great planners. Narcissists are great planners. Obama slipped Joe Biden on us. Black people trusted that snake. So now the trust Biden snake. No offense to real snakes. Yeah. There's a bunch of snakes out here. Let's say, you know, why I think I'm so confused is because I can't understand for the life of me a person or people having the intent to suppress the masses for the benefit of a few. That's when y'all hear me start jumping over into the alien kind of conspiracy, because the person cannot, a human being, it can't be, these people can't be human beings. They can't be, you know, a lack of compassion, integrity, the advanced manipulation tactics, it just doesn't go with being a human or humane at all. They don't have any humanity in them. You know, again, our reality can be whatever we want it to be. So why are the works that they're doing, we're talking about the most sophisticated minds in this world, the works that they're doing are destructive to humanity. And not only are their works and plans destructive to humanity, to reach their agenda or goal requires the destruction of humanity. So that really says something to me. Oh my God, I got that on super light, for real. Let it go. Ooh, that was just too much. Okay, that's enough foot rub. It was feeling really good. See my eyes closed. I'm gonna take my feet up out of that. That got real. Okay. They feel great though. I'm gonna put my little house shoes on. Now I'm putting my little flippers on. I got my little feet and toenails manicured and done. Told you my daughter into that, so she handled that. So my feet won't look like little critters. Okay. Not advertising for nobody. This is what I do in my private life. These are the products that I purchase and use. You say, do you think the U.S. is being bought by China? I do. This is they were raised by Satanists. Gotta run. I'll come back. Okay, see you when you come back, gotta be safe. Or self-esteem would change it all. Self-esteem, you know what? I think when you can't be your best you, that has a negative effect on your self-esteem, on a person's self-esteem. You know, like I was saying earlier on in this live stream, there were a lot of people that I do believe felt like they would handle different circumstances and situations in a particular way. And when they were given the extra resources, some bought guns, and so they've gotten the opportunity to handle a similar circumstance and situation to what they had seen in the past in the way that they would, and it was in violence. But my whole point is that whole process of lack, scarcity, being without, is the fear, is the constant threat that diminishes one's self-esteem. Like even myself, I primarily talk about myself because I try to speak from a truthful perspective, and so in order to do so, the best way I know is to speak about myself. And for me, I tell y'all, I would love to truly be a person that is very influential in this world. I would love to be beneficial to my community, you know, my race, which is black. But my life has not allowed me to do so, you know, and so that is something that diminishes my self-esteem or my self-worth, because life has not offered me the ability to be the best me that I see, that I feel that I can be. It's maybe life knows something I don't know. Maybe I don't possess the qualities needed to be a true humanitarian. Maybe it's all ego, you know. But that does diminish my self-worth. You know, because I'm not being who I think I can be. I think that I could possibly be helpful to people. I don't know, possibly helpful to black women, or just women, period, or women with children, or I don't know, people that suffer from depression. Maybe I can be helpful to them, you know, in some way. And because my life hasn't allowed me to touch, you know, reach out and touch the people that I feel like I could touch and help, is diminishing to my self-esteem. And I think that is what is occurring across the border, and it's different for everybody. That's the complexity of everything that we are going through and have gone through and will go through. We're all unique individuals, and so we all have different things that we feel really reflect who we are. Going back to the example I gave of people that, you know, maybe for the first time got a larger sum of money, or a steady flow of income or whatever, and they was like, okay, I'm gonna buy a gun if a person step up to me like this, or I find myself in this type of situation, I know how to end that. You know what I'm saying? And when the opportunity opens up, this is hell, and they you know, deal with the situation the way they have always fantasized that they would, then they may themselves, I'm trying to say, feel like they in like they higher self, but it's more ego based. It's more ego based, not spiritual. It's more ego, but they can't see it. Now I talked about not being able to see the reality of your essence or the reality of a situation. Well, again, we live in an age of deception, and it seems to be, that inability to see growing with intensity, because I'm constantly seeing it. I'm really constantly seeing it. And I tell y'all, that's what's so disturbing to me, that a person can't see, like, we're having to walk around with a gun 24/7. Something is not natural about that, because what they call it, carrying a concealed weapon, or carrying a weapon that's invisible. Either way, carrying a weapon 24/7 is not rational. I mean, it's not just rational. It's not normal. It's not the norm. What am I saying? I'm saying, y'all, now what am I talking about? I'm talking about the different things I've experienced, and right now I'm talking about carrying weapons, guns, and different things like that. Because I see people, black, white, everybody carrying guns is like part of their fashion or something like that. And it looks like people look like, I wish a nigga would. That's how they look. I wish a nigga would. That's how they look. But that's not normal, And that says something about our reality, that a person or people feel so unsafe, or don't want to get caught slipping, that they're carrying something that is destructive at any given time. Totally destructive. I don't know if I'm making that make sense at all. So I've just been looking at everything, and what has this live stream been about? Let me try to sum it up, because I know I'm all over the place. I'm talking about the astrological energies that are that currently are unfolding, and it's talking about like the level of wisdom and organization that the powers that be and the political figures have. They're very aware, they're very rational, they're very analytical, meaning they're planning. They've been planning for years. Versus, on the other side, the rest of the population, who is totally disoriented and confused, and and due to their confusion and disorientation, are being very self-destructive or unproductive. When this is the part, when this particular time that we're in is a time that requires us to be able to collaborate, to sync, to be harmonious in order to create our reality. But because the majority are disoriented, confused, perplexed, I want to say, not bedazzled, like being bamboozled, just totally confused, and partaking in these self-destructive and unproductive activities, whatever they may be. We're not focusing, we're not able to work together, we're not able to network. It's a period of networking. It's like we were socially injured, it's been triggered, and now we're in disorientation where we can't get together to collaborate in order to network. Network for the purpose of creating our reality in a way that is, we can say, productive to us all. But there are, again, those people that are the 1 or 2 percenters that exist in this world that are, in their right mind and thoughtful and analytical and experts, and oh yeah, that's what the stars are saying. that these people are experts in a particular field or area of learning or studying, and they are collaborating and interacting with like minds or people that are in other branches of knowledge that have become experts. And so it's like this interdisciplinary network going on amongst the powers that be, or the 1 or 2 percenters, or however you like to label them, while the rest are just totally in discord. And it's saying like right now is the point in time where we need to be able to get it together. I don't even know how I'm saying it. Because it was something else. It was something else, y'all. George said, man, oh yeah, in China, yeah, I do believe China has a great investment in the United States, and United States don't want to give over their power. I don't think they want to give it over. You know, I talked about that in detail in that video or live stream I did called Following the Breadcrumbs to the Coronavirus. And when I followed the breadcrumbs to coronavirus, it does show that China holds an interest in the United States, and it's possible that the United States doesn't want to relinquish its rights or property over to China that, you know, legally owns it. Man, see you ever wonder why the United States has never been invaded? The reason why is because all the citizens are armed. That's why the intermediate, the Second Amendment, right? That's what I'm saying. The United States ain't no joke. We're a unique breed of people. No matter what color we are, we are a unique breed of people. Because like in one video I saw about, even though I might be poor, I have a lifestyle that is workable, it's doable, and ain't nobody gonna take it from me. Ain't nobody gonna take it from me by any means necessary. Okay. And I think that the United States population, everybody feel the same. It might not be the best life, but it's my life, and I ain't gonna let nobody take it from me or make it worse or put me down lower. It's by any means necessary. I would defend it, and I talked about that before. You know, yeah. So, yeah, the Second Amendment is important, and through this experience, I really understand the importance of it. Everybody need to be able to keep their guns, but people need to be in their higher selves too. They really do. So, y'all, where do you think we're going? Where do you think the United States is going as a direct result of all of this going on? Possibility China holding the interest and the ownership of the United States, or a portion of the United States and the people by extension. What do you think? Do you think we are going to be in a recession, or are we in a recession? Is it possible that we get to the point that there is a depression? You know, it's a lot of things out here. Oh yeah. And I saw, who was I watching? This is not a person, I'm gonna say their name maybe. I'm gonna say I was watching a YouTube creator earlier that I don't frequent a lot, but they made some of her viewers made a statement, and the statement was talking about people's hair falling out, especially women's hair falling out of all races. And someone was saying that they thought that it was China. This is a clue to whose channel I was watching, was on. They call it the cucarachas, I think they call it. China is parallel to the cucarachas or something they say over there on that channel. And I wanted to, well, I was watching a video, they had live stream, and I was watching a video afterwards. And wished I had been on their live stream because I would have made a comment. Because I have had this thought, y'all, and I could be wrong, and I don't like bearing false witness or nothing, but I had a feeling that the cucarachas, as they say on their channel, had poisoned the hair products that's been causing or leading to a lot of the hair loss and alopecia and different things that women are suffering. You know, there's a lot of women, but especially women of color. I say that from, you know, I know the people on the channel was talking about it, but I'm saying it from my perspective. Because my hair came past my shoulders, and it wasn't super thick hair. I have really thin, like kind of curly hair. It was wet, or worse, it curls up. But if it's dry and brushed out, it's just kind of fuzzy, straight. When my hair started falling out, I wore the same hairstyle for years, basically. You know, occasionally I'll put some little braids or twist in it. But I always wore my hair, this is what I always wore, a ponytail. I pull my hair up, put a ponytail in. I'm wearing it for years. I'm 50 years old. This is what I've been wearing for 30 years. Never had a problem. Hair the same thing, same hair care. But about 15 years ago, one day I kept telling my kids there's something wrong with this hair gel. A hair gel called Eco or something like that, black hair gel. And I put my hair up in the ponytail, put the gel on, put the ponytail in, I'm gone. Every now and then if I go out, I put a weave in, wrap my hair up, put all the stuff on top of it, same stuff. Weave it up, go out, take the stuff out. I'm crazy, y'all. I'm paranoid. I don't want to die with weave in my hair. So, anyway, after years and years of it, you know, never had a problem. Even my generation before it, my cousins and stuff, you know, I was introduced to the way to care for your hair from them. So, it was basically doing the same thing. Nobody had no problem with their hair. About 14 and 15 years ago, I take my ponytail down. My hair is down past my shoulders. Again, this is like this, I don't know, fluffy kind of, I don't know, fluffy, half straight, half curly hair. Anyway, I take the ponytail out of my hair. It's been in my hair maybe 3-4 days. I take it down, usually leave it in too long. And I'm brushing my hair. And I'm looking like, what? First, I'm nothing, because you know you lose hair. I had a ball of hair this big. But I kept playing. I said, something wrong with this gel. It's not the same or something wrong. But you know, not knowing, I just let it pass like something wrong with this gel. And it wasn't holding my hair like it always had for years prior. I know I got grandkids. I'm eating animal cookies now. Bad grandma. Anywho, and I had this big ball of hair. I was like, oh my god, I'm losing my hair. It would happen. It was like bam. But the whole point is, I noticed that there was a change in the product, and I didn't know what it was. I thought, am I getting older? And that's 15 years ago. What's going on? So I'm only about 35, 36. Anyway, I'm like, okay, I ain't gonna worry about it. And all that time, it kept falling out. If y'all look back over some of my videos, you can see my hair about fell out. Like that. I be talking about, oh, people losing their edges. I don't know what nobody else do. My hair look like it's my hair not pulled tight. I pull my hair in a regular ponytail, and the rest of it is just gel. It's just gel down. It's not pulled tight. It's real loose. If I want to pull it up, I could. No reason. But it's something, I think it's something about the products that they're selling. So that's my conspiracy about hair care. I think it's intentional. And I think it comes from the cucarachas. Like you talk about over in that China. I mean, but they always went bald for a short period of time. Really? I heard something about that today on that channel about people losing their hair due to the COVID. Please don't let me lose no more hair. I can't take no more. I already got a nice head of hair. But I haven't had they call it perm. My hair always was soft. I put a perm in my hair, I'm like, I can throw my neck and it's flying. But I haven't had a perm in over 20 years. Oh, that's not something. But I heard that about corona being connected to people hair loss. I don't see how that could be, but I don't doubt nothing. I don't doubt nothing. And I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. I'm telling you, with all this mess. All this mess. Oh, shoot. God, my fan over there. No. Listen. Oh, yeah. The market. In September. In September. But of course the energies are already unfolding now. Remember I was talking about people have all these urges and do all this indulgence? Well, that's what's going to be the motivation for a lot of people in the month of September. It's going to be like a sense, I think, of urgency. But even though there's a sense of urgency, I know Mars is in reverse. So that suggests a retreating or a coming back, trying to pull back your energy. From moving forward. Let's see, I'm trying to see. Talk about people that have expertise. And I think in the last live stream, I was asking like, what is your area of expertise? What do you know? What do you bring into the table in your social interactions with others? You know, because that, and then have you found at this point in time that you're with people that you can work with? That's to say that they have complementary interests or potentially interlinking areas of interlinking fields of knowledge or you know, information, meaning like you may be a teacher and you know a mathematician. You know, are you able to work together? It's telling us, hey, look at your lives and who are around you and who's bringing what to the table. These are the things, these are the opportunities that we're missing, the time frame of opportunities that we're missing. While other people aren't. This is what we're missing. What am I saying? I'm saying, hey, talking about humanity and humanity's well-being. Will we be okay? Or will we have to go, or will we have to get to, as Ralph Smart says, the golden age, the hard way? Are we going to have to go the scenic route? Based on what I'm witnessing and experiencing, it seems that humanity is going to have to go about getting to the golden age the long way. We're going to have to go the scenic route to get to the golden age, as Ralph Smart says, the golden age. Good time, people. And it's because what? We got to overcome our self-indulgent natures. We have to get will control. What do you call it? Will control? Is that I'm saying it right? We have to learn how to set a plan. We got to learn how to collaborate with others. We got to learn how to work with each other. I put it like this: we're not going to get to that golden age unless we do until we do these things. We will do these things. We will do all those things. Those things I've talked about, from us you know, get in tune with our higher selves, learning to collaborate or network, and in order to reach a particular goal, we gonna do it. But the question is, are we gonna do it now, or are we gonna do it later? The astrological energy suggests that we have been socially engineered so bad that we are currently incapable of moving forward into the golden age. So it's a lot of things that the general populace has to work through, and it's really, really annoying and irritating because we ourselves didn't really do it. We've been socially engineered into doing it. That's what pisses me off. But what bothers me personally is that how we can't see that we've been socially engineered for a particular outcome. And in this case, it's to be disoriented, disoriented to the point we bring about a lot of discord, and it can't nobody see it. You know, ain't nobody see it. And so with all that going on, where we can't see, we can't network, but the powers that be are networking, it seems to me that in the month of September, something, and I'm not quite clear, y'all know I'm an amateur astrologer, but something's going to happen to the market in September. I got some other work stuff, but I ain't gonna read it because I've been saying the same thing over and over again. But there's stuff about the market. Time is, I'm not gonna eat nothing else. There you go. I got some papers somewhere about the market. I think I ain't sure. That the market, something is going to happen in the market. When I say the market, we talked about it before, so I don't want to pull it up, but I don't even know what that is. Remember, the market consists of commodities on trade or something like that. I don't think they call soft commodities properly, such as food, you know, pork bellies and different things like that, wheat or whatever else is a soft commodity, cotton, whatever. And those things, trust and believe, I don't care what, it's always gonna stay. It's always gonna be active. It's not something that's gonna go away because they're natural resources. So the prices of those things go up and through the roof. Maybe that's what I'm seeing in September. Then we had a commodities of what they call it, of technology, like Amazon and different things like that. You know, they records is high. But I say, whatever happens in the market, I don't even know how to say this. Plus, I don't have notes. All I can say in short, it's not going to be beneficial to the general populace, to the people. There could be a lot of different, I don't even know what they call, I don't even know. They could just fall under, go under. When I'm talking about the market, I don't even know what they call. You know, go under in the market. What am I talking about? Because I'm talking about something I really don't know much about, but I'm referring to the astrological energies. Of course, I ain't got my notes, y'all. but it says something about like there being the market being like imbalanced. There's an imbalance in the market. I don't know how to say imbalance in the market. Again, we know that certain stocks are going to be higher because certain corporations did great business during this whole pandemic thing. Like Amazon is one of those. So we know they stocks is going to be up. But there's going to be other stocks that I think people have invested in or that exist that's going to drop. Excuse me. And then the natural resources, you know, where all this commodity stuff started at, I do believe, such as, again, you know, corn, pork bellies, or whatever is on the soft part of it. Excuse me. I don't know what's got to happen in the market, but it has a negative effect on the world's populace, which, you know, in my from my uneducated perspective on the matter, again, suggests the food prices is gonna go up, or those natural commodities that we frequent, the prices are gonna go up. It's some type of imbalance, and I can't get my mind to see it because I don't know the market. I know some stuff about the market, but not a lot about the market. And so there's some type of tilt or imbalance that occurs in the market or the marketplace in the month of September. It almost seems, this is me reaching because I don't even know how to express this. Like controlling the monopoly board. That goes, I think that's controlling the monopoly board. There are so many different companies and corporations that are in competition. Everybody trying to survive and make it. Whatever I think I'm seeing in September, a lot of those companies that been, what is it called, trying to struggle to sustain themselves is going to drop off. They're going to drop off and give way to the more powerful corporations that have, like McDonald's did well. I know the one in my area, and I'm sure it's not just my area. McDonald's has done well. The Amazon has done well. What is the other places out here that's done very, very well, very, very well? You know, theirs is going to be up. Their stocks are going to be, the price of their stocks are going to be going up, while other stuff is going to just drop off. And if people have invested in these, some of these companies, I guess I could say, are just going to lose their money. Now that's me reaching. I'm not a professional. I just see this imbalance or this tilting in the market. And again, when it comes to like the more wholesome, basic commodities, which are the natural resources, it almost seems like the price of those things are going to be inflated, and it's going to be inflated due to maybe an argument of scarcity, like it ain't enough cotton, like it ain't enough pork bellies, or it ain't enough this, and so maybe the price goes up. I really don't know how it works, so I really had a hard time deciphering the astrological messages, but that seems to be what it's talking about. And so it seems to me, I asked the question, are we in a recession, or are we headed to a recession? Are we in a depression? You know, what do y'all think? But based on the astrological energies that I read for September, it seems like we are going literally into one of those things, either a recession or a depression in the month of September, and it is reflected in our markets. What do you call it? You know, the Dow Jones, all that kind of market is reflected there. We'll see it there. I don't know if that's making sense or not, y'all. Y'all just let me know. We gonna see. We gonna see. You say, well, George, what you been up to? I just been running my mouth. You says, I have seen, okay. I like to get your take on it, man. See, everybody's talking about these two-car TV. Oh, Meg the Stallion and their George. I'm a Christian woman. I think that my daughter was listening to the song because she came here and said, "Mama, I don't want you to say nothing. If you hear a song, if you hear my radio on repeat, cause somebody just came out with a new album, yeah." And she walked out my door the other day. I'm like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden, I wasn't paying attention. All of a sudden, I hear something about a PUSS and something USSSY or something. And so I bust in her door. Now she's 20, doing her young grown lady thing. I was like, hey, little sister, I thought you was a lady. I said, that's not ladylike music. And she's like, man, yeah, I like this song. I was like, no. Me personally, I haven't heard it, or I heard a snippet of it when she was playing it. I think that's what she was playing, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that, you know, my daughter, who's 20 now and is beautiful, and she was raised to be a lady, as much as I possibly could, you know, she, how I say this, that when, Meg the Stallion and whoever her name is it Nicki Minaj or something, whoever it is, makes this vulgar song, and my daughter gets so excited about it and talks about it's the jam. That bothers me, because again, what I heard was really, really vulgar. I don't even know the message in it. All I heard was vulgar, you know, words. I'm like, oh God, you know. I hope she turned it off. She turned it off because she knew hey Carla, she knew I was going to flip out. She knew I was going to flip out. So she just turned it off. But how my daughter was so excited and uplifted and upheld these two artists, or this artist, or whoever it was. Even though the content was, again, just, it leads people, especially young women, to be self-destructive through their sexuality. You know what I'm saying? And how she couldn't see it, again, people not seeing, not even my own kids, not my daughter in this situation, that is self-destructive. It's framing her mind and therefore her behavior. You know, if I say it to her, she don't get it. She don't understand it. She not feeling me. I'm old. You know, I'm whack. I'm played. That's hip. That's hot. All her peers love it. So it's, again, it's like moms is irrelevant here. Even though I'm speaking truth, she don't want to hear the truth. You know, and this is my child. So I know my kids' upbringing, my adult children's upbringing. I know I was there. I know what I invested and put into them. That's what bothers me so. That I was on deck, mom, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for as long as they've been alive, you know, and I don't have any say-so or pull. That how I represented myself all these years don't matter. That what her name is, the Meg the Stallion, whatever, can come in and make some song and override all the work I done did for 20-something years. I don't like that. And it's, again, it's setting their mind up to be self-destructive through their sexuality. That's crazy. I mean, not looking at all the times I done did, y'all should see me. I did sex education for them, you know, with videos, films, props, all kind of stuff, you know, sexual education. You know, so Meg the Stallion get to come on and sing her lyrics, and then my daughter's whole perspective of sexuality has changed, or molded by Meg the Stallion, Nicki Minaj, or whoever else. And so all them sex education classes I gave him don't mean nothing. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I ain't cool with that. I think that's irresponsible of the artists. And I know everybody out to get their money, or what people call now the bag. I get that. But I think they should be much more responsible. Much more responsible. Because these young women are being led to be out here to think that all they have to do is throw their stuff out here, and men will run through that. Men will run through that and get the dollar, get the bag. And you might get a bag of herpes or AIDS or something like that. You get a bag, all right. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. Or that they can keep a man through such, you know, reckless behavior. It's just bad. It's just bad lyrical advice. Bad lyrical advice, I do believe. And I think that we should not support her or them, whoever the artists were. I thought it was Nicki Minaj too. I don't think we should support them at all. And they not supporting them may lead them to change their lyrics. You know. Oh, I put the goddess of fertility over here because we are creating whether we know it or not. Don't she look like me? I look like her. How old is she? We are creating whether we know it or not. Meg the Stallion, Nicki Minaj, me. I'm creating something. I don't know what it is. Ain't what I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, that's crazy. Talking about these 2-car TV. I'd like to get your take on it. Man. Oh, okay. I've seen been invaded. The reason why, because this is no. Wait a minute. Okay, I like to get your take on it, man. See everybody talking about these 2-car TV. 2-car TV. I don't 2-car TV. And Meg the Stallion and their song. And hey, girl, yeah, hey. We're talking about that. Yeah, that line. I don't cook, I don't clean, but I got this ring. Okay. They got a ring. But even though they got the ring, I mean, hey, I done been some places, seen some things in my life, and I done met some women that don't cook, don't clean, and got the ring. And they man be out with every Jane they can have. Literally. I mean, because y'all know I like to go into the spiritual realm on everything. There's a spirit attached to everything, including that. You can have a ring all day long and have a title that you're the main chick, the woman, the wifey, or whatever, but that don't mean a thing if it ain't in your partner's actions. And women like that I met, partners are out doing some of the most insane things and bringing home stuff to the women with the ring. So it's like you got the ring because you play. How can I say this? Because I had a lot of experiences. Like me, I don't have to be single. Y'all tell you I have to refer to me to make it make sense. I don't have to be single. But me, I don't know how to play the game. I'm not willing to play the game. And I had a dude tell me this, one dude in particular tell me this. I might have heard a couple times. I don't know how to play the game. I don't know how to be quiet. I don't know how to be, I don't even want to, I was going to use the word submissive, but that's a good word. I don't know how to be quiet. I'm not into like threesomes. I'm not into taking STDs lightly. I'm not into just like a person leaving and doing what they want to do and being gone for days. That's not me. I can't be quiet. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. I can't be quiet. See, with that Meg Thee Stallion talking about, she quiet. And if she ain't quiet, she just going out perpetuating the same promiscuous behavior as her significant other. Like, ooh, we got an open relationship. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, what I'm saying is with that type of lifestyle comes certain dynamics. And that's the dynamics is the part that she's not rapping about. The dynamics is, like I'm saying, if I certain scenarios I've been in like that. Well, I don't know what Meg Thee Stallion is, you know, what scenario she talking about in her life, or she just writing. But the scenarios that I sat in and witnessed, well, a lot of them women that didn't cook, clean, or did nothing, no wifey stuff, or responsible grown woman stuff, but got the ring. Well, a lot of drugs and dope was running through the house, and they was sitting around the table with them dope and the drugs. They would be snorting shit. Her man homies would be hitting on the woman, or the man would be having her and her another side chick in the bed together, getting it in. You know, it was a lot of ratchet stuff going on. You know, and with that ratchet stuff comes spirits. I think George is talking about people low self-esteem. Become with low self-esteem. That's not a real state of high self-esteem. You know what I'm saying? That ain't what I saw. That ain't what I witnessed. That ain't what I witnessed at all. I witnessed women that was in scenarios like that was taking drugs and drinking and everything else, trying to ignore the voices in a essence, trying to guide them out, saying, you know, that's not right, it's not healthy for you, it's not healthy for your spirit. They was trying to drown them spirits the fuck out. That's what I saw and witnessed. That wasn't the case. So all that rapping she doing, she ain't telling about them spirits that's been trying to guide that ass out of them scenarios and situations that she ignored and that's eating her up. Now that go to show what I'm saying exists, which I know it existed, but I'm assuming, highly assuming, that's the same for her. If those are the kind of experiences she had that she trying to ignore. Maybe she don't do dope or drink, but she might be a fashionista, as I talk about, or a shopaholic, and she want to try to shop her troubles away. But that, I'm telling you, hey, this spirit's there, and it be good, benevolent spirits that try to talk you out of such things, because that kind of existence, it chisels away at the soul. But don't nobody never listen to me. So anyway, she misleading people, and she lying to people in a way that she not telling the whole freaking story of what's really going on inside. We'll say inside for spirit. She ain't seen it. She rapping to get her bag. Anyway, well, get me cussing, mislead my young daughters, cause it's cool and trendy. Oh yeah. You're absolutely right, Nancy. It is irresponsible with artists. You will not see white artists getting away with something like that. They only do it to us, claim that, you know, we so number one, I talk about black people, I don't know, we have a unique state. Again, we very arrogant, egotistical, but we're not really esteemed. I don't know if it means we're not esteemed. I think it was yesterday I heard on another YouTube creator, I mentioned her earlier, Dr. Shauna, talk about whiteness. The state of whiteness is a mindset, where the state of blackness is an experience. And I can feel that. I can dig that. When I say Black folks, a lot of them that I met, many of them, most of them, don't have self-esteem or esteem. They got ego. Two different things. When I talk about self-esteem or esteem, I'm talking about an ingrained or inbred sense of self-worth, of knowing your place and position, and it's not as defined by the opposing, race. It's not. It's about. It almost seems like it's like it's really not. I know this sounds so weird, but it's not about being black. It's about that you just exist and that you are being. And it's that I am here, that I exist, and so I'm worthy, and I am. That's something that most of us, we just don't seem like we have. We have ego, that thing that helps us survive. Like if I got that money, I got that dollar, if I got that bread, but I'm first to draw. I'm saying, if I could indulge my habits and keep it moving without, and make it look good. That's the kind of ego we have. I look good in my clothes, but it would, if you straight, and I can understand. I know this would be controversial if I had a loud crowd. Maybe that's why life strips all of these material things away from black folks, because we get so wrapped into the material things, and we don't know about just being, just be. If you a king, you a king. You don't need a crown and different things like that to adorn you. If you a king, you be a king. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think that we need to tap into. And that Meg Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj, whoever it is, all they doing is playing into and entertaining black folks' ego. That's it. Just the ego. I got the baddest punani. I got I'm what they call it, I'm superhead, or whatever the case may be. I can smoke so many blunts, drive some flying car. I'm spending $13,000-$14,000 a day shopping. I got this wardrobe, this. That's it. But it has nothing to do with being. Your essence. Nothing. And so, when I speak about it, I know it is spiritual, but in the real world, in real life, it's nothing about the ego. It is nothing about the ego, especially under the dynamics that surround us. Excuse me. That can be beneficial to us. It's nothing. I don't even know how to say that. Well, that's a whole another deep thing. But we need to, I think they should not. So like Mel Gibson, when Mel Gibson did the movie, what was it, Passion? They said it was, what's that term everybody using, anti-Semitic, and then people wanted to ban it. They wasn't playing. They was in a uproar. I think that's how we should be. That could be a first step to the healing of the black nation. Uproar against Nicki Minaj. Who her name is, Meg Thee Stallion. Uproar. Pull that crap back. We don't want to see it. If you ain't gonna represent black women, black people better, don't bring us that crap, because it's not doing anything for our soul, our essence. It's not doing anything for our essence. It's just feeding into all ego. And what I was saying earlier in this live stream, niggas' egos got them out here killing people, killing motherfuckers left and right. Excuse my language. That's the ego. They stepped on my gym shoe. They roasted me. They look better than me. They got my woman. I don't know. I'm turned up. I got more money than I ever had. Our ego right now is destroying us. We have been socially engineered to be self-destructive, and here come Meg Thee Stallion or whoever she is to make a song that helps, especially young women, dive deeper into the abyss through their sexuality. That's too much. I don't even know if that makes sense. Um, I can say the same about my Hispanic back home. My Hispanics back home, that what they will not engage in certain behaviors. Our Hispanics back home, I refer to the ego and arrogance. Oh, they arrogant. Ego and arrogance. I mean, we got to really understand that we are dealing with spirits. That's our first failure. Our first failure, that we refuse to acknowledge that, like the ego and arrogance, are spirits. They are sets of a state of consciousness. And ego can't do nothing but bring you a set of results. And arrogance can't do nothing but bring you another set of results. They are spirits. And if you don't understand, black people don't understand these spirits, we gonna continue to die. We gonna continue to lose. Bottom line. And I'm not into losing. I don't give a flying freaking. I'm be good. I'm get to cussing. I'm gonna get to cussing. Anyway, I'm referring. Okay. Living in Ethiopia, there is such a thing as Ethiopian pride. Of course, it is warranted, but it borderlines on prejudice. See, we inhale, damn. But then you have to rise to your person. Will have to rise to their higher self to keep from going over or crossing that line. That's what it means to be in your higher self. You know what I'm saying? To be able to identify that there is a boundary or a border that you can cross. That makes sense. It's all, and it all stems from a root of when one believes that they know it all. That they know it all. They would say it's bringing us fun. I understand we don't need that fun. We don't need that much fun. This world wasn't made for us to just have fun. Now, it's some fun. We got some fun time, but that's another thing. I mean, it's certain. That's what drives me crazy about my adult children. Is no matter what I say, they don't understand what I'm saying. I'm a player hater, play it out, old lady. But the reality is, this place, this realm, and this planet ain't really much. I mean, it's not about fun. If you really look at it, it's not about fun. We have what? We've broken our days up into 24 hours. If we didn't have all the amenities that we have, we would spend the majority of those hours working to get some food to eat. That's the reality. So there's really no fun. No fun. But if you, a person, if humanity does enough work, stays on top of their responsibilities and duties, and is able to advance in technology or make shortcuts and make it easier, then yes, we have time to have celebrations. That, oh, we got done fast with the harvest and we learned how to store it. Yes, it is time for fun, love, and a little indulgence. But it doesn't last long, because everything in this world is temporary. That means that grain has to be tended to, and the flower and the wheat and the animals that are, killed and harvested for our nourishment has to be tended to. Because if we don't, everything in this world is temporary. It will rot. So we have to figure out something. What do we do? Are we going to, what do they call it, salt it or smoke it or do something? Are we going to bury? What are we going to do? Every day is about survival in this world. Right now, the powers that be got us hooked on they loving. That's why Bill Gates is so confident to go before the world and say he want to vaccinate the world. Because we love him. We love him. We love people like him. The truth of the matter, if we was go to Forbes, what is it, Forbes? We would go to the Forbes website and look up all the billionaires in the world to see what they have brought to the table. We can all say just how much we love those people, and we can call them out by name. We love them because they make sure that we don't have to get up every morning when the sun rises and work hard labor till the sun go down. We love them because we don't have to eat modestly. We can overindulge because of their works. Or somebody they affiliated with works. Maybe they make a refrigerator, an air conditioner. We love them. That's how they have us hooked. They making life easy. Now, we can flip them all a bird. Tell them we ain't doing nothing. We don't want you. We don't want your discoveries. We don't want none of your investments. We don't want none of your mass production of the things that make our life easier. Bump that. We'll be up at 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow to, make a harvest and do whatever we got to do to prepare for the winter. We'll do that. We ain't, the truth matters, we ain't gonna do that. We love them. We love them. See, we gotta understand for real what we giving up when we go against these powers. You have to understand what we're giving up. We giving up our security in existing. We are quite assured, as long as our system runs, as long as the refrigeration system runs, as long as the money continues to flow, the economy continues to flow, that we're going to have something to eat, a roof over our heads, some clothes to wear, the drop of a dime. You know what I'm saying? We have to be aware of why we are allowing these people to stay in power. That's why. That is why. We have to understand why Nick Cannon apologized. We have to understand why. Because that man is rich. And who want to go from rich to poor? I done talked about that. Let's be real. If Nick loses his endorsements or whatever is great in his life to allow him financial liberation, if he lose all that, he's going to be another person out here in Skid Row and somewhere in the world. Ain't nobody going. Reality is, this is how people are. Ain't nobody going to feed them. Ain't nobody going to house them. Especially at the level that he's grown accustomed to. So he apologized. I ain't mad at him. I heard people mad at him, talking about he a sucker, he a punk. Nick Cannon said what he had to say. And then he sat with one of their rabbis and he apologized. It doesn't, what's the word, negate that Nick Cannon said what he had to say. His message got out here. Now it's for us. See how we want to dish people? You got to look at how slick he was. He said what he had to say. Did you get the lesson? Did you hear the information? What you going to do with the information? So what? He turned around and apologized. He already said it. We already heard it. He already told us what it was from his perspective and what he learned from his level and from his exposure. Can't take that back. He apologized. So what? So what? So if he can play both sides, it's beautiful. He told us what we needed to know. And we talking about a more influential person. A person that's well known, in this world and in this culture. We heard it from him. We heard it from, what's the other guy? Orlando Jones. What's his name? Orlando something. from American Gods. We heard what he had to say. Let him apologize so they can play both sides and hopefully go back to work and get some more money. But you really understand where Nick Cannon's saying. You really understand Nick Cannon mindset. You understand the side that Nick Cannon on. But you also understand he know where the money at right now. He know where the money at right now. They're telling us we have people that have reached the level of fame. They're telling us. Are we listening? Like I talked about on one of my recent previous live streams. We dished Monique. We ignored her. We want to dish Nick Cannon. I talk about we dished in Detroit Kwame. These people are saying what they got to say. But you got to remember, these people are dealing with the bulk of white people, or what people are saying, Jews. I don't know personally. But they're not amongst us. Their everyday life is not amongst us. We're not their norm. We're not their everyday close, intimate, social interactions. They still got to deal with these people. They still got to deal with these people. Apologize. I'm going to tell you who really needs our support. I really think Monique still needs our support. They just allow her to be able to take her case to court. They found some legitimacy to take her case to court. Now, I don't know where Monique started at, but she could be like somewhat of a rags to richest person and is hanging in limbo if she'll go from riches back to rags. We got the power. We shouldn't let her fall. Aren't we the ones that buy the concert tickets? My point is saying, take out the middleman. Take out the middleman. You know how we take out the middleman? I don't know. Well, I mean, again, they hoarded everything. That's the difficulty. But my theory is those people that do have money, like I guess Tyler Perry, I don't know much about him, but he owns his own studio now. So, maybe I don't know how his studio set up. Maybe he could put Monique up for something. They get something going for Monique, comedy show, whatever they gonna do. We go there, take our money directly to Tyler Perry and Monique. Start there. Take out the middleman, them extra folk. Then we all, who the hell is this? We all complaining about, who the hell is this? Oh Lord, go home. Drive safe. Get the hell on away from me. Where do we start at? You know, where do we start at? Because the way I see it, this is something I didn't know when I was younger. I didn't know. I tell you, I was so naive. I was sheltered. I didn't know. You know, how can I say this? My mom bought me, I guess it's like a series on the Kings of Africa. That's what was the posters in my room when I was coming up. All these kings and queens, black kings and queens of Africa and different things like that. I heard about slavery. I heard about racism. But it wasn't real to me. I didn't know that socially black people were like at the bottom. I didn't know that. I come from a family where working people. I didn't know about, you know, I'm thinking, oh, you know, my family doing good, you know, because I don't know nothing about redlining as far as housing. I don't know about income ceilings, you know, when I, you know, and the difference between races and genders as far as income and earnings. I know my family was working, making it happen. Some, middle class, making it happen. I had a pretty good life. Talk about my travels and all those things. I didn't know. I didn't know. I was oblivious and naive. But at this age, I'm looking like it's like becoming so real to me that racism has had and is having a really negative effect on my race. From black men being incarcerated at an alarming rate, being murdered, and just everything. It's just like I'm in a twilight zone, to be perfectly honest with you. It's surreal to me. It's unreal. It's unbelievable. So why am I talking about it? I'm talking about it because, I've grown up loving everybody, no matter what color or race a person is. And I don't want to get to a place where I don't like a person because of their color. That just seems so low vibrational to me. But I'm in this place now in my life that I don't want to see the destruction of my race, of me. I don't want to see that. My children and my grandchildren, I don't want to see that. I can't even fathom it. And so I'm like this, what do I need to do? What can I do? What can we do to stop it? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Like I said, I get to the point where I'm saying, okay, it has to be another alien life force here that doesn't have any humanity at all within them. Something. Something is not, I can't breed something together. I don't know how to make it sense. I can't rectify something. I can't make it make sense. Again, the systematic racism that occurs. I've seen some things in my life that have been very alarming to me. Very alarming. Like one time, I was downtown in one of the courts, and I was standing in line to see some type of court clerk or something. I don't even remember exactly what it was. And it was a black guy that was the clerk. And in front of me was two men. First, it was a white guy. And so the white guy steps up to the black clerk, and he says what he has to say and asks what he has to ask, whatever business is happening. And the black guy was, being very helpful to the white guy, giving him whatever he needs to give him, and, papers, forms, and everything. Cool. Line moves forward. Next is a black guy, well-dressed black guy, very clean cut. He steps to the same black clerk, and so he's saying what he needs to say, and he was in he was more order than the guy before him, which was the white guy. The black clerk immediately was very defensive with this guy, black guy, his brethren, dismissive, rude, short-tempered. And it's like the black guy was like, where did this come from? Where does this come from? I'm saying, and so now I'm engaged in what I'm experiencing. I'm alert in what I'm experiencing, and I'm like the guy, where does this come from? Where does this come from? In my mind. But it was that black clerk was so cordial with the Caucasian client. And then as soon as a black guy, his peer, pops up, he was totally just disorderly, just, I don't know what to say. And then when I step up, he wanted to try to be almost as rude to me as he was to the black guy before me. And I told him, I said, stop. And I ran back that whole scenario that I witnessed. And I told him, you won't do that to me. I told him what his job was, his role, and everything. And he stopped. And he had an attitude. I don't give a damn if you have an attitude. But my point is that the trauma that my race has suffered is so severe. It played out in that everyday, life scenario right there that had me just like tripping. Like, this black clerk felt that he had to be submissive and cordial to this white guy, even though the white guy was disordered, out of his stuff was all out of order. He ain't know nothing and was kind of pushing the black guy, to do this and do that. You know what I'm saying? But then when the black guy stepped up, very orderly, ready, knowledgeable about what he's coming on, he coming on him harsh. I was like, no, that was whack. So when I bring that up, because that experience, it was not the kind of things that I was aware of when I was younger. And when I saw that, I was like, something wrong with this. And I always tell y'all about when I went and fought the lawsuit against me when somebody tried to, sue me, and how when I was in court, this one time, the opposing party's representative, their attorney, had done some unethical things. And so I called for the court to hold him in contempt of court. That particular day in court, there was nobody else in the court but a bunch of attorneys, a whole room full of attorneys. And it was like, it was like, yeah. I can hear them, it's like, no, she didn't. And she got a legitimate, reason, you know what I'm saying? She really showing cause. What the judge gonna do? You know what I'm saying? So, but I didn't realize this is how naive I am to this day, which I'll still do it again if they make me. But I was naive to the point that I told you I turned to the attorney, the opposing, counsel, and he was beat red. He was embarrassed. He was humiliated. He was horrified. That mother sucker was bad. He was embarrassed because I tore him a second, but I'm old. I'm trying to be nice. That could have went bad for me. It could have went bad for me. But I guess I did everything I did over that year plus some with such confidence and very knowledgeable that he didn't want nothing. I told the next time I seen that man, after that was over, that man was running in the opposite direction. He literally was running in the opposite direction. But my point was that that attorney believed that he had priority because he was a licensed attorney. He felt like he had privilege because he was a licensed attorney. And I also believe because he was a Caucasian and he was dealing with unlicensed or pro se, defendant, black woman, obese. He underestimated me, which was his shortcoming. And the thing of it is, the attorney that I was battling against comes from what they call it, affluent law firm here in Detroit. In Michigan. So I know he was embarrassed. I just think about that and how red he turned. He was red all over, including his hands. I ain't never seen nothing like that. But I just realized that I began to see all of these differences and biases, and I don't ever want to give into them, ever, even to the point that I die. Even to the point that I die. And I think that's where we are at this point in time in history of humanity. It's even to the point that you die. Even to the point that a person, what I'm talking about, standing up against the injustice, even to the point that you go from riches to rags. I believe personally that I should have somebody at my back. If somebody wanted to leap on me because of that whole scenario, there would have been somebody there as a defense. When Monique, the comedian Monique, moves forward with her case, that she shouldn't have to worry. We're going to be there to have her back. We're going to be there to fund her work because we love her work. You know, if you are a fan of hers. Or Orlando Jones, I think his name is, he shouldn't have to worry about if he's going to get paid or not. He showed his acting abilities in American Gods and his other, films. He shouldn't have to worry if he's going to be funded or not. We don't owe those people, those powers that be, or Hollywood, our money. We don't owe them our money. What they have is the technology. That's what I think we keep missing. They have the technology. They have all the special effect cameras and all those kind of things, the machines. But the actors and actresses, they're the ones with the talent and the skill. Without them, those machines would just sit there. But again, it goes back to the populace. We're spoiled. We love the high definition in the films that we see, and the details and the artistry. We love those editing things. We love that green screen. You know what I'm saying? So we will overlook the actors and actresses and all the work that they do and their professionalism in order to pay Hollywood to make sure that we are highly entertained by the special effects. That's what we do. We totally overlook that. Rather than saying, okay, we can go back to the Stone Ages a little bit, and we gonna get rid of Hollywood and them 1 or 2%ers and them elitists, whoever, we can get rid of them, and we gonna pull our money together, get our little equipment together. We got enough of our own people that know how to work that equipment, I'm sure, and begin to make our own stuff, and only spend our money on our stuff until we are strong. And when I say strong, I'm talking about as far as the economically strong. And then, yeah, we can go entertain them. Maybe they have some more respect for our people, our artists, and pay them their worth, so they don't got to go through what Monique going through. But I think that we should do it for ourselves. They okay. They are okay. It is my race. We are not okay. We are not okay. We need, a matter of fact, let me tell you about something that happened, and now I'm going to move on. What happened the other day? Oh, I told y'all about how they, the man that killed the man on the main avenue up here, cross section of 2 main avenues, broad day. We have a lot of people that's mentally ill. We need help. They need help. We need help. We don't have the mental health that we need. We have therapists and psychiatrists, but it's all, again, everybody need money to live. These people need help. They need help. The drugs have fried people's brains. We need help. And it starts like even in our communities with the drug dealers. Everybody need money to feed their family. I got that. But we got to stop the drugs is what I'm saying. We have to stop the drugs. They frying people's brain. They not using drugs for a one-time hit to have a spiritual experience. No, they addicted. And it's frying their brain. The spirits that's attached to those drugs are ruining these people's lives, and they're doing self-destructive things and overall destructive things to themselves and to their community and the family. We got to do something. And right now, again, when I'm reading the stars, the stars are saying now is the time. Right now, understand this is the optimal time to move and do the things we need to do, to make the adjustments we need to make, But we can't. This is the part right here, is the stars saying we can't or we are not, because we've been socially engineered to be dysfunctional. Hi, Day. Are you dressed? Huh? Why don't you stay out of my frame? I'm trying to make sure. Why don't you stay right there? Right there. Hi, Tank. You gotta make your debut. This my new grandbaby. This Tank. Cupcake. Where you at, Cupcake? He what, 2 weeks old?
He's like 19 days.
19 days old. God bless your little soul. Don't nobody try to throw nothing. Look, baby. 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 Would you look in the camera? Where you at? It's my little color baby.
Why you gotta call my baby the color baby?
Did it color baby? Because we were talking about black stuff.
Hi, baby.
My little color baby.
You look at your mom. Hi.
Don't pay your granddad no attention.
Hi, babe. We just left.
What's his name? Dominic. Dominic.
Really, Mom?
King Dominic.
What do you call him, Dominique?
I call him Nick. Cupcake. Cupcake.
Here, give my baby.
Oh, look, he's shaking.
Give my baby.
He will get baby back. I like your jammies. Granny about you. I like your jammies.
She bought you that dress.
Who?
You did.
I
I
bought
bought
you
you
this.
dresses.
Oh, that's right, the pretty baby. You want to go and mush on my butt? I will say butt. Oh, okay. Yes, I will. Oh, I will. I can what? Yeah. Okay. Okay, you by your mouth.
You're probably gonna be up a minute. You're probably gonna be up for a minute. We slept long.
Y'all
We slept past a few times.
Oh, he.
Really does not eat.
Oh, I love that. And his socks mess is coming off his foot. Watch his head going out that door.
Yes, ma'am. Your grandma is like I'm about to carry you.
That's right. You might not. You know, I'm the only one right. You know who just came out here hollering? Did you hear him? Mark.
Mark.
Mm-hmm.
He's calling you.
Yep, outside hollering, acting a fool. Turned up. Anyway, I done rambled on. Let me read the chat. Yeah, that line. Okay, I read that. It's so much. This is insane. That they know, they would say, I understand we don't need favor upon all hyper truly moon are you. Georgia says that's the problem with black folks. They have a problem with loving everybody else that don't love them. And that's why we make the perfect slaves. That's the thing I'm showing that. George, because and that's the thing that's what is complicates everything. And I'm gonna say this, and I know people that may hear this may get mad. In my life, I haven't had a lot of support in my life, but some of the support that I've had, out of all the support that I had, the majority of the support that I've had out of the minimal support that I have has not been from my own people. It has not. Oh my God, it has not been. I've shared in earlier videos, I am classified as a targeted individual. I'll tell y'all all that. If you watch my videos and watch everything go together, I'm a targeted individual. And my biggest enemies have been my own people. For one reason or another. I'm a loner because of that. Because I ain't want to catch no cases. And I've been very close to catching cases. Even happy cases. You know, this has been my people. A lot of support that I got has been from other races. And some white, some Indian, you know. When I say support, I'm talking about people showing love. One of the examples that I've offered here on my channel about support or people showing love is when I was going to Michigan State and I had my 3 children. Well, childcare is very expensive. But it was an Indian family that stayed on campus, because I stayed in apartments and they did too, not too far from me. Anyway, the Indian family, the mother, while the husband was in school doing his engineering, whatever he was, degree, the mother and the grandmother offered child care to women or people. So the majority of their clientele were black women with children that were in the university. And so they charged them a rate or whatever it was for each child. After they got to know me, I was given like a break where they wouldn't even, I can't say they wouldn't accept my money. They didn't even want to accept my money. So they gave me, I would say, for 3 children, a extreme discount. And the reason they gave me an extreme discount for caring for my children is because one of the things that they said was that they didn't know that black people, women, were like myself. They said that it was a lot that was said, but one thing is from where they were from, they didn't have a lot of exposure to black people. But the exposure that they did have to the image, the exposure to black people they had was an image of black people. And the image that they had was very negative of black people, especially black men. You know, they had more images of black men that were negative, very few images or references of black women. But the little bit that they had, the little bit of information they had, they presumed that we were all really low vibrational beings. And so after they met me and got to know me and, my lifestyle and family and everything, and my kids' behavior and how they, represented themselves, that's when they didn't even want to take my money. I was like, you can't just watch my kids for free. I'm saying, no, and this is for the whole school year. And it's like, well, we can't take your money. They wanted to honor me. They wanted to literally honor me by watching my kids for free. I was working full time, going to school at a university full time, raising my 3 children. I was busy in the schools. Everything. I was at that time. I was still with their father. So it was like we was the black family, like to them like the Huxtables. Like very respectable. My kids are very respectable, tamed. Those kind of things. They knew, my kids already knew what they had to do, and so these people wanted to honor me because they did not know that, black women had, we had any, we weren't cultured. They didn't know we were cultured, and interact with a black person that was cultured. I was a different person than I am now, different environment, and so. That was one. That's just one example. What I'm saying, I got a lot of support or love shown to me by different races, black people, white people. It's been a few black people that have given me love or support. It's been other races. You know what I'm saying? So like when they say people, when you make the statement that we love people that don't love us, that's a tricky statement for me, because these are people that loved on me, that didn't even freaking know me. On the deepest level, they didn't know me. They didn't know where I came from. They only know what I presented to them. They only know what the environment that they found me in. They only know what I was doing. They only know that. They only know, when I was being like honored in the school system, in the university. They only know that about me. And they threw so much love at me. And it was kind of an insult when I demanded to pay for them to watch my children. In their culture, that's not what they do. You know what I'm saying? And so they was trying to extend the practices of their culture to me or something like that. I don't know how to explain it. That's how it was. And so I had that kind of experience with different races. And so, you know, I have a problem knowing, being able to identify who loves me or does not love me without first interacting with them. Without interacting with them. And that's a complication. You know, and I think that's black people may have that complication across the border, possibly. It's a little boy. He's a little boy. I'm sorry, he's a little boy. Dominic. Oh my God. He is a handsome little fella, little fat face baby. Oh, bless him. Thank you, George. This is my favorite part. She's a seed of this world. We're fighting for a better world, baby girl. Just you wait. It's gonna be a better world, Indian or Native. Like, I guess they would be from, like, what, I don't know. I'm not good at geography. Like Asian Indian, maybe. Indian, not American Indian, the Asian Indian or something like that. Very Asian Indians from India. I don't know. I think I don't know. I'm not good at geography at all. But yeah, they were really, really wonderful people, and I have had quite a few people show me a lot of love. Again, from different races. So, you know, I can't just dismiss others. But what I've come to know is that these people, at least the ones that I experience, like I said, I mean, they have, I'm sure, they challenges that they need to overcome, but they work so close in unison with others. I mean, not others, with themselves, you know, within their family, within their culture. I guess culture. They really work together. In that household, with keeping with that story, was the mom, the grandmother, the husband, and the children. The husband, this is when I went to Michigan State, and I think the husband was an engineer, and I think he was in his final year. So he was off doing his schooling, whatever, and the mother was the actual one providing the daycare, and the grandmother did something else, but they all worked together. I think the grandmother did things like, she did something, but I know she did all the cooking. Everybody had their role to play. Their children were wonderful children, very respectful, and that was the interesting part. They didn't mind when I would come. They would have my kids with their kids. So they said my kids are very. That's why I don't know who my kids are. I don't know who they are. They've been improperly influenced. So, you know, so I want my race to do better, to be better people. But I think that we have to rise to our higher selves. It's been a long time since I, visited overseas, but I didn't know the intricate details, of course, of everybody's life, of course. But what I don't remember seeing, like I see here, people sitting on the corner drinking, smoking, taking drugs, paraphernalia, trash everywhere. I ain't seen none of that when I was over there. Matter of fact, in the rest of the United States, like Chicago, yeah, the inner cities, yeah. But the rest of the United States, I don't see all that. I don't see all that. And so it's about the mindset of my people that I need to be healed. I need to be healed. Like the other day, my daughter unwrapped a piece of gum to put in her mouth, and then she gonna throw the little foil paper. I was like, if you don't get that up, I was about to go crazy. If you don't get that up, and I had, my cousin did it to me when I was younger too. Same thing. I was triggered, if you don't get that up, get that piece of paper up. And it shocked my daughter as it did me when my cousin did it to me years ago. When I was younger. Don't you throw that little tiny, don't even throw a piece of paper, nothing, not a smidge of the paper on the ground, because we gotta live here. You know, the whole thing, I was just going crazy. I was just like blacked out, because I understand that if each of us, you know, like in my area, people just throw stuff all out the window. So it depends on where you're at in the city. You find streets, people go down and just dump. Throwing stuff out the window. Liquor bottles, pop bottles, potato chip bags. And we have to live here. You know, it's that kind of mindset. You know, that kind of mindset that for some reason we don't have. And I don't understand. These are the kind of things I don't understand. Is that the ghetto is created by the people's behavior. And the behavior I'm talking about in this case is littering. You know, and I don't understand how people need to be educated on that. If everybody throwing their trash outside on the sidewalk, we gonna live in a heap of junk. Why somebody gotta tell you that? That's what I'm saying. It's like something is being severed in our intellect. Severed. Anybody gotta tell you don't throw nothing. You see all that goddamn paper? Go pick that crap up. Why I got to go pick up somebody else's crap? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. And then that's the other thing. Me, I'll break down and go out there and pick it up and stuff because I don't want to see it. I don't want to live in that kind of environment. Maybe it's due to the exposure I had in my life. You know, as a direct result, my family invested in me in the travels and things. That I know we don't have to live like this. Maybe the people that throw the junk out haven't had the exposure and the world travels that I had to know that this is not normal. You know, it's not normal. And the trash and the whole ghetto mentality is not a necessary experience that we have to have. It's not. And it's like the mindsets, our mindsets, oh Lord, the police starting to go down the avenue, y'all. So these people about to get wild and loose. What time is it? It's Friday, right? They get good and drunk. Yep, clubs closed, y'all. Gotta go, Nancy. Have a nice one. Me too. I'm about to go now because it's after 2 o'clock. Club closed, and I'm telling y'all, these fools, if they act fool, I'm on the floor tonight. Y'all have a wonderful night. I just been talking and ranting and everything. Thank you for listening to me, coming to visit me. Please like, share, and if you haven't already, subscribe. Until next time, y'all. Bye. I've been on 4 hours running my mouth. That's a lot. That is a lot. Look at my camera. This camera is crap. Where is my